Alrighty then. Howdy, folks, and welcome back to the Flying T-Bar C. It is time once again for us to be diving on into whatever Wednesday where I play whatever the hell I damn well please. And that means we're doing Radical Dreamers, attempt number 2. I severely underestimated how long this shit is. As well as how badly Wrong Turn will fuck you up. Because last time we made it a pretty good ways into it, and then we died. So, we are gonna be... And we have to start from scratch. Like, there's no, like, oh hey, there's a checkpoint. No, checkpoints don't exist. So, we've got to do it all in one go. So that's what we're gonna do. But as always, folks, before we get on to the stream of Radical Dreamers, Le Trésor Interdit, don't forget to go check me out on my other socials, which are YouTube, Twitter, and Blue Sky. YouTube is the archive where you guys can find any and all of my other shenanigans, playthroughs, and etc. To connect to Radical Dreamers, there is a full playthrough of the Steam port of Chrono Trigger. We did the OG original ending and the quote-unquote true ending that connects Chrono Trigger to Chrono Cross. And the Radical Dreamers is laying the groundwork for Chrono Cross. So we did all that. If you want to check out that playthrough, head on over there, or just play Chrono Trigger yourself. I highly recommend it. It's fucking amazing, like awesome fucking game, super fucking dope, especially for its time period. Twitter and Blue Sky, on the other hand, are where you guys can find any and all announcements involving the stream, things like when I'm going live, what games I'm playing, what days I'm playing those games. So go like, follow, and if you think I'm worth subscription, well, I ain't gonna say no. All I ask is that you guys take care of yourselves before you try taking care of me. Now, what do you guys say we go ahead and get on into some Radical Dreamers, Le Trésor Interdit, aka the Forbidden Treasure. Pretty sure it's French for the Forbidden Treasure, technically. So, we're going to click this button, and then click this button, and then click that, and then that. So, Radical Dreamers. Also, so I know we made it a certain ways into it last time, but we are going to go ahead and do all the reading again. Just because of the fact that I want to try to have it as a complete video. So, yeah, that's a thing. It all began with a notebook my mother handed me. She told me she found it while cleaning out the closet. This old notebook, covered with mold, was a diary that belonged to my grandfather who passed away years ago. It contained his distant memories. Wonder if you still remember how we first met and our many adventures. It all seemed like a dream. We ran like the wind during those warm summer days long ago. You were a piece of a star that fell from the sky. I can still relive the memories of those days long past. It's by closing my eyes like so and whispering your name into the desolate night. Kid. Kid. And I've got the thing pulled up again. Kid. Hey, kid. You ready, kid? I know you're anxious, but stay on your toes. Yeah, likewise, mate. You mess up and I'm leaving you behind. Got that, Surge? Ah, shit. Come on, McGill, let's go. That bastard Lynx is gonna get what he deserves. Say your prayers, not that it'll do you any good. Radical Dreamers, la Trésor Interdit. Yeah, all that stuff. Blah, blah. Our name is Surge. The old lady's tip-off was right on the money. Hang on. The old lady's tip-off was right on the money. The counterspell on the barrier around the outer walls could have done a real number on us. Kid's plain unadorned braid flicked back and forth across her shoulders as she walked. Picked our way through the elaborate lattice of the manor's magic shields, moving in closer and closer to Lord Lynx's stronghold. There were three of us, Kid, McGill, and me. I guess it must have been 3 years already since I first met Kid. Back then I was just a wandering musician, traveling wherever my feet would take me, and wherever a few tunes would pay for a warm bed. It was in the Outlands, in a town called Regiora, where we first ran across one another. Since then, she dragged me along on a whole bunch of adventures, and misadventures too. Ah, Kid. She was a thief, and not just any thief. A few months shy of 17 and already renowned as one of the realm's greatest. What's more, she was achingly beautiful, stylish, a joy to be around, and a dab hand with the campsite cooking. Or so she liked to claim. Truth was a little different. Those bandits with hearts of gold you heard about in stories, the ones who steal from the rich and give to the poor. Yeah, that wasn't Kid style. She was short-tempered, prone to lying, bossy, obsessed with money, and rarely did she care to listen to a single word anyone said to her. She wasn't all bad. Probably. Maybe. Sometimes. She had her moments, anyway. I glanced over my shoulder to see a shadow hovering behind us, blending into the darkness like smoke. McGill. Also known as McGill the Shade. He was Kid's partner, but even after 3 years, I still hardly knew anything about him. All I knew was that he was around 30 years old, and not much of a talker. He was one heck of a mage. I heard that he and Kid had been working together way before I met her. He always covered the top half of his face with a mask, and I'd never seen what he looked like underneath. He was a man so mysterious that it sometimes seemed like he was an interloper from another world. Wasn't like Kid, who was exactly big on the details of her past. But McGill? He might not as well even had one. And Kid didn't seem to know much about her partner in crime either. What kind of man was he? What kind of life did he live before? Nothing. You might ask how exactly I wound up in this part of it. You might ask how exactly I wound up being a part of this merry band. Well, it's complicated. Guess you could say that life doesn't always turn out the way you think. Kid, who was heading up our little raiding party, suddenly stopped dead. Look at the Irish. Look lively, boys. We've got company. Glanced around warily as cold, cruel eyes emerged from the darkness. I heard a low growl. Dark shadows prowled through the night surrounding us. A pack of wildcats. Must have been about 10 of them. A thrill of fear ran down my spine. Flustered, I pulled my knife from my belt. Kid calmly shifted into a fighting stance. Look at the Irish. Watch yourselves. I don't reckon these buggers have been treated for rabies. The wildcats snarled and growled as they slowly closed in on us, drawing the noose tighter and tighter. Their eyes glinted in the darkness like fireflies, and strings of eager spittle dripped wetly to the ground. Then, one of them sent an almighty roar soaring to the moon, and the hunt was on. I attacked! Slashed at the wildcat. Reached up clear, was already too close, felt my blade make contact with ward with the screech of pain. Wildcat jumped away, this time managing to put some space between us. It looked like I hadn't cut it very deeply. I stood my ground, changing my grip on my knife and waiting for another chance to attack. Look at the Irish! Search, behind you! Panicked by Kid's warning, I whirled around wildly and came face to face with a pair of eyes blazing like hellfire. I attacked. Wildcat was coming right at me. A reflex, I ducked, its attack swiping through the air directly over my head. I felt its hot breath on my cheek as it flew by me. At the same time, I thrust my knife upward, plunging into the beast's belly. With a horrible cry of agony, the wildcat crashed face first into the ground. I lost my balance in the chaos, fell down in a heap as well, rolled over and was only just able to stagger back to my feet before readying myself for my next opponent. I was breathing heavily. The handle of my knife was slick with sweat. I tightened my grip. With a kick like a bolt of lightning, Kid landed a clean hit on the flank of a nearby cat. It staggered before losing its footing, letting out a pathetic cry. The Kid had already moved in to finish it off. Then, the roar of fire. Burning smell filled my nostrils. Next to me, a shrill screech pierced the air. McGill's fire spell engulfed the head of a nearby cat. It fled, darting off into the darkness like an arrow. Let's lower that desktop audio a little bit. Got to get to a point where we have music again now, but scanned the area. Only moments ago we'd been surrounded, but now there wasn't a single wildcat left. Kid and McGill had either sent the rest off with their tails between their legs or put paid to them once and for all. Look at Irish! Ha! You're dreaming if you think a pack of flea-bacon moggies can stop us Lynx. Kid crossed her arms and flashed a triumphant grin. Meanwhile, I was panting heavily. It felt like my legs were about to give out from under me. I collapsed to my knees, overwhelmed by what I'd just been through. Whew! I'd taken a couple hits, but I was fine otherwise. A couple of scars to talk about later, maybe. But nothing that would stop me from carrying on. Are you hurt? McGill looked down at me, his face expressionless as ever. Look at Irish. No worries, Mac, he'll be alright, said Kid, barging in to get a better look at me. Look at Irish. He may be a wing and sook, but it'll take more than a few scratches to kill this one. She was nothing if not sympathetic. But she was right. This was no time for me to be bemoaning my lot. We hadn't even reached the manor yet. Dabbed my wounds with a tincture-soaked cloth and wrapped them with bandages, and looked up at the other two. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. I grinned back, putting a brave face on things. That's what I like to hear, Kid cheerily announced from close quarters. Then her eyes turned cold, like the cool glow of the moon in the night sky. It's gonna be a long night. I nodded, trying my hardest not to utterly lose myself in her pale blue eyes. Alright, let's get this show on the road. She turned away and marched off deeper into the trees without looking behind her to see if me and Miguel were following her. Miguel, of course, was already right behind her, his unhurried gait making it seem as though nothing much had happened at all. I jumped back to my feet to chase after him. I'd be in for even more trouble than I bargained for if I got separated from him. Dark forest inside the manor's perimeter seemed to go on forever. A labyrinth of trees and boulders. The manor itself loomed in the distance, glowering over the vast grounds. And hidden within was a veritable mountain of treasure just waiting for us. Lord Lynx was the noble who ruled the remote territory of Regiora, also Kid's mortal enemy. We were there that night to steal a certain jewel he kept locked away in his most closely guarded vault, the Frozen Flame. Frozen Flame was veiled in mystery. It was said to be imbued with an uncanny energy and possessed of a beauty and clarity that made it a priceless treasure. Countless thieves had tried to steal it, and not one of them had come close to succeeding. Nor had any of them escaped the manor alive. Now it was our turn to try and sneak into this place of death. Led by a girl who had the ambition to make the impossible possible, hunger for vengeance that drove her onward, and a desire for riches that could never be satisfied. As we pressed on through the tree-filled darkness, the shadows gave way at last, revealing the true extent of the vast mansion. I already have a green tea. Look at the Irish. Finally. Look at the Irish. Say your prayers, Lynx, 'cause we're coming for you. I can't maintain that for the life of me for right now. But we're gonna keep trying for it. Deep into the overgrowth and the shadow of the trees, we made our way around the manor walls in search of a means of entry. Ugh, got a frog in my throat. Eventually, we came to a terrace overlooking the garden. There was no sign of any guards nearby. The only thing surrounding the manor was an uncanny stillness. This will lead us straight into the west wing. Oh. This will lead us straight into the west wing. Just as well. We don't have any business in the rest of the manor tonight, said McGill, gazing up at the dark building towering over us in the night. Alright then, what are we waiting for? With that, Kid made to vault over the railing of the terrace. Stop. Gil hissed sharply. Remember what we're here for. Our main target is the vault and the frozen flame within it. Focus on this above all else. Your vengeance is of secondary concern. Agreed. Glancing over her shoulder, Kid replied with a reluctant, Yeah, don't get your knickers in a twist. But if we happen to run into him, I'm gonna knock that Drongo's... Look at Irish, but if we happen to run into him, I'm gonna knock that Drongo's block off, and neither you or anybody else is gonna stop me. I guess Kid was gonna get her way whether we liked it or not. Look at Irish. Let's go, boys. The night is young. She cleared the railing with a sprightly hop and vanished inside the manor. I glanced toward McGill and nodded in silence. We followed Kid's leads and were soon inside Lord Lynx's lair. The darkness swallowed us whole. Okay. Inside the manor. Okay. The corridor stretched left and right. We decided to go left. Pressed on through the darkness, down corridors that twisted and turned, snake-like. This way and that. Everything around us was still and silent. Son of a bitch. We continued creeping cautiously down the corridors. Kid moved proudly and stealthily like a cat stalking its prey, while in the shadows McGill followed, gliding swiftly and silently like a sinister breeze. We pressed on into the embrace of the Weaver of Fate. The corridor from the left-hand side of the terrace, eventually coming to an intersection with some stairs. Path to the right led down the stairs. Path to the left was a dark side passage. Main corridor continued straight ahead. Okay. I'm going to highlight whatever paragraph I am currently on so that I don't get fucking lost. Go down the stairs. Down the stairs. Slowly we crept down the staircase, descending deeper into the blackness as we went. At the bottom of the stairs, Okay. At the bottom, the path split. The way to the left continued onto an atrium that resembled some sort of plaza, while the path to the right was a winding passageway that trailed off into the darkness. Alright, so now we go to the right. We went down the stairs, then took the passage to the right. Eventually, we came across an ornate door on the right-hand side. Okay, we went inside. Found ourselves in a tidy welcoming room. The knickknacks and curios dotted around the place seemed to be well loved. The stately desk and the cozy-looking bed nearby, meanwhile, suggested the room's occupant was no stranger to luxury. Though the room was richly furnished, somehow it still felt awfully lonely. Kid took a quick look around before commenting, "Look at Irish, it's Lynx's girl's room." A half-written letter on the desk and a teacup still warm suggested that the lady of the manor was still nearby. But it didn't seem that anyone was here now. We decided to search the room. Charming flowers, a discarded cotton handkerchief, small bottle of perfume. Nothing that meant much to me, nor anything that seemed particularly valuable. Kids seemed to have the same impression. Scanned the room clearly, not expecting to find anything. The only item of note was a small antique box, which bore a crest resembling a viper. Decided to look. Dresser drawers. Open the chest of drawers. I slid open one of the finely veneered drawers. Frills, lace, and sequins greeted me in reds, pinks, yellows, and a whole host of other vivid colors. A bounty of beautiful silk garments overflowed from within. Look at the Irish dresses, eh? Give us a look. I'd been just about to close the drawer again when Kid came up and started peering over my shoulder. She reached out a hand to touch one of them, though I sensed a certain hesitation. I've never worn anything this posh in my whole life. The gown she'd picked out was cut simply but beautifully and was decorated with a pale floral pattern on a white background. She held it up to her chest and took a gentle twirl around the room. She was as light on her feet as a woodland nymph. The fabric fluttered like flower petals, and she held the hem just so. In that brief moment, you could almost have called her dainty. Look at the Irish. Ha! Stupid thing. Not exactly me, eh? I wouldn't say that. I think it really suits you. Oh, shut your gob, arse. Oh, shut your gob, arse kisser. Face turned an angry red. Come on, we ain't got all night. Spell well and truly broken, she stomped out of the room. Okay, so from this room, we need to go right. Went down the dark passageway, eventually finding ourselves in... this is new text. We went down the dark passageway, eventually finding ourselves at a sturdy-looking, immaculately polished door. Kid sniffed the air. Look at Irish, just as I thought. Something stinks here. I reckon we found the beast's lair, lads. In the darkness, Kid's lips twisted into a grin that turned my blood cold. Go into the room. Kid opened the door and slipped inside. It was Lynx's room, but he didn't seem to be around. Look at Irish. The bugger's gone and scampered because he heard I was coming. Or hang on, that didn't feel quite right. Ah, that sounded okay actually. There was something deeply unpleasant about the room. There wasn't anything unusual about the furniture and fittings. Not how they looked or how they were made, but taken as a whole, it all felt discordant. Was this a reflection of Lynx's seemingly ordinary facade that hid a disturbing truth only some could see? Let's see what we can find. Let's see what we can find. Desk drawers, the paintings on the wall, the vase on top of the side table. We left no stone unturned. There didn't seem to be anything suspicious. But as I scanned the room, something unusual caught my eye. There was a pedestal in one corner with significant-looking scarlet cloth drawn over it. I slowly raised my hand toward it. Be careful what you touch in here, warned McGill. Pulled my hand back timidly. But then the cloth flipped back with a flutter without me having laid a finger on it. Look at Irish. Did that thing just move by itself? exclaimed Kid, her eyes wide open with surprise. Gripped by curiosity, we moved in to see what had been hiding. It was a large antique mirror of an elaborately decorated style I'd seen before. It wasn't the kind of thing that would normally seem out of place in an old manor like this. Yet... Wait, something ain't right, said Kid. Meanwhile, I was captivated by the gaze of the statue of Venus reflected in the mirror. Suddenly, the eyes of the statue shone with light. What is your desire? It spoke with a voice that was crystal clear, yet smoky and husky. The mirror, it's speaking, I stammered. Ah, a whispering mirror, muttered McGill as if he'd seen them 1,000 times before. Look at the Irish, what's one of those? Kid gave McGill a quizzical glance. A magical mirror in which a spirit dwells. The spirit can move... That's not quite right. A magical mirror in which a spirit dwells. The spirit can freely move between its own and other mirrors, and will share its wisdom with those who ask. Perhaps we should ask it something. I decided to ask it about something that had been on my mind for some time. I asked about Kid. Highlight the next paragraph. I want to know about Kid's past. Look at the Irish. Not if you want to leave this place alive, you bloody well don't. Kid's face turned red with anger. Your wish is my command, responded the mirror, ignoring Kid, who grabbed me by the collar and was complaining vociferously. The image in the mirror rippled, and the reflection of the statue shook. And then the mirror's surface grew dark. The blackness gave way to a scene in Regoria. Shadowy figures appeared one by one. There was a young woman surrounded by several children. They were all dirty, their clothes ragged and worn, but they all laughed as they played together. And then the scene was drowned in flames, and a troop of armed men appeared. The men dragged the women away, and the woman away, and the children vanished one by one into the inferno. The focus shifted to one of the children, a girl. She was standing with her back to the flames, her tears leaving tracks through the soot on her face as she howled at the night sky. The girl's right eye was narrow like a cat's. Look at the Irish! Stop it! Kid screamed. The image in the mirror grew faint. Kid stared at the ground, her hands balled into tight fists. The room was dominated by silence. Worried about her, I broke the silence. Kid, I'm sorry, I'm leaving. She spun on her heel and made for the door. Wait! I cried and sheepishly darted after. Corridor stretched out beyond the door. Retraced our steps. Eventually came across the ornate door on the left side. It was Riddell's room. Continue on our way. Take the stairs back up. Keep going to the intersection. Left turn. Stairs. Okay, we want to take left passage toward the stairs leading upward. Yes. Proceed ahead. So now we go straight. The passage to the stairway was short. Kid leading the way, we started to climb the narrow staircase. At the top, we found another intersection. Taking the corridor to the right would lead us back to the dead end with the large door, while the way to the left was to the terrace. The narrow side passage in front of us was open. So we want to go forward in front of us, right? Take the stairs up, proceed ahead, forward, yeah. Ahead would mean forward. So we went down the side passage. Headed down the side passage. At the end of it, we came to an old, immaculately polished door. Go in. We went inside. Kid gently pushed the door ajar and peeked into the room. Next thing I knew, she'd slipped inside. McGill and I followed. Looks like a study. The room was lit by the moonlight coming through the long, slender windows, slanting down in pale beams through the darkness. It was pretty big for a study, with an immaculate antique desk dominating the center. There were rows of bookshelves lined with thick, dusty old tomes. The wall to the rear of the room was decorated with paintings. Shelves of vases and painted plates stood before it. They all seemed to be curios from foreign lands. I checked the desk. Right? Examine the desk. Hide under desk. Went over to the desk and started searching the drawers. There I found a neatly arranged set of pens, ink bottles, and other writing materials. Nothing to interest, in other words. The small portrait on the desk caught my eye. It was a picture of a young girl with a gentle smile on her lips. Who was she? Look at the Irish. That's the girl Lynx adopted. If she asked me, it wasn't because he was looking to help the needy, said Kid, peering over my shoulder. She wrinkled her nose in distaste. Not even a looker. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. It wasn't a loud knock, but in the bottomless silence of the night, it might as well have been a thunderclap. Kid and I stood bolt upright and turned toward it. McGill, meanwhile, hid in the shadows, drifting away like smoke. Panicked, I whispered to Kid, "Hide under the desk." "Hide under the desk." "Look at the Irish, you what?" "There's no time." I shoved Kid under the desk and darted under it with her. Oof. It was more cramped than I thought it would be. Packed myself in as best I could, but Kid and I found ourselves in an awkward tangle of legs and arms. Slowly the door opened. Flickering candlelight spread from the doorway with a warm glow. A shadowy figure appeared at the threshold. I tried to pack myself into the space under the desk just a little tighter and stilled my breath. I looked down for a moment and my heart skipped a beat. The Kid's lips were right there. For a moment, everything else seemed to drift away. The pink bow of her mouth was so soft, so perfectly formed. Suddenly, my heart was beating so loud I thought my chest would burst. I tore my eyes away and squeezed them tightly shut. But it seemed that whoever it was didn't mean to come in. They simply stood there. Strange, I thought I heard something. But the lord of the manor is away, of course. Why would there be anyone in here? I have to get over my nerves. Everything was fine until we heard the... Oh, no. I have to get over my nerves. Everything was fine until we heard the news that Paul was on the move again. figure quietly closed the door, plunged the room back into darkness. The voice trailed off to a whisper. We remained motionless, keeping our ears pricked for any sign of an unwelcome return. All we heard were footsteps moving away. As I stayed hidden, listening for trouble, thought began to cross my mind. Kid, sure does smell nice. Look at the Irish. Oi, Serge, you gonna move your ass or what? She whispered into my ear, her breath tickling as she spoke. Huh? Sorry. I rushed to my feet in a panic, smacking my head right at the top of the desk. Oh! Cradling my head in my hands, I crawled out from underneath. Oh, that stings. Kid followed right after and stood up, looking down at me on the floor. Not your most heroic moment. You alright? Yeah, I'll live. She took a look around the room. No sign of that dirtbag Lynx. Lucky for him, she snorted. So, Poor has made a move. Poor has made its move. McGill emerged from the shadows, contemplating the news we'd overheard. Kid, if the rumors are true, we might well be about to find ourselves in a very difficult situation. That seemed to set her thinking too. Poor was a powerful nation that ruled the southern continent. I'd heard it was a prosperous land where recent and sudden development had pushed it far ahead of its neighbors. It made me wonder. Which made me wonder, what would its inhabitants want here, out in the sticks? They couldn't be out to the frozen flame too, could they? As valuable as it might be, a jewel is just a jewel in the grand scheme of things. I couldn't imagine it being an item of national interest. I mean, ultimately it was just a pretty rock, right? Look at the Irish. Let them do what they want. If everyone's busy playing soldiers, they won't be bothering us. Come on, we've got things to do. She headed for the door. We left the room and made our way back down the side passage. Okay. Leaving the study, head towards the old terrace. Made our way back down the passageway, eventually arrived at an intersection. Some stairs led downward, corridor branched left and right, with the right branch leading toward the terrace. When I go to the terrace. Leading the group as usual, Kid suddenly stopped. Look at the Irish, what's that? She jabbed a finger at something in the darkness. Straining my eyes, I could see a pale white bundle of something shaking in the shadows. Huh, that's strange. Moved in front of Kid to try to get a better look. And suddenly, the strange presence started crawling across the floor toward us at an unbelievable speed. I didn't have time to brace myself. The white figure reached my foot and then reared up to its full height. It was a skeleton! The skeleton and I stood face to face, its empty eye socket staring straight at me. Or seeming to, at least. What was I gonna do? Tackled the skeleton. Charged in to tackle the skeleton. Ugh! There was a crunching sound and a clattering of bones. The skeleton was knocked back by the blow. Its body split clean in two at the waist. Better luck next time, muttered Kid dryly. As if in response, the skeleton's upper body picked itself up from the ground and started to turn its skull toward me. Balancing its body with its left hand, it then pulled the skull from its head with its right. What's it doing now? Before I could get the words out, it heaved its skull at me. What was I gonna do? Dodge. Whoosh. Skull sailed past me as I quickly stepped aside. Ow! Only to smash into Kid, who was standing right behind me. That bloody hurt. What did you move out of the way for? He returned the favor by thumping me on the back of the head. Gil walked over to where the skull lay on the floor and stomped on it, shattering it to pieces. The rest of the skeleton collapsed, falling apart with a clatter. It didn't move after that. We're done here. Let's get moving. Whew, I'd taken a few knocks, but I was alright. A scrape or two wouldn't stop me. Look at the Irish. Maybe you ain't such a drongo after all. Just goes to show, any old weirdo can make something of themselves if they put their mind to it. Cleod's eyes glinted with mischief. After a short walk down the corridor, the terrace came into view. Kept following the corridor. Right, that's what we want to do. Head towards the terrace, continue on through the passageway, you'll find an old dusty door, so follow the corridor. Short way along the corridor, on the right hand side, we found an ancient looking door, again on our right. Kid pressed an ear against it, listening for any signs of life. Look at the Irish, dead quiet, don't reckon there's anybody in there. We open the door. In we go. In we go. Look at Irish. In we go. Kid stilled her breath and reached for the handle. Door wasn't locked. It swung slowly open. Going through all of this, tell the truth. What's this room supposed to be? Place is a dump. Or no, wait. Wrong one. Wish they would put which character is talking. Look at Irish. What's this room supposed to be? Place is a dump. Kid had poked her head in the door, taking a quick peek to see if there was anyone inside, and was disappointed by what she found. The room was large and littered with peculiar-looking machinery and knickknacks, all of which were covered in dust and had seemingly been dumped there haphazardly. Everything looked like it had been there rusting for a very long time. The ends of the room were completely dark, and it was impossible to tell just how big it was, or even what the walls and floor looked like. It seemed the manor's inhabitants had turned the old clock tower into a makeshift storage space some time ago. I stepped warily inside. Leave that alone. I looked over toward McGill and saw a kid trying to pull something up from the shadows. It was a huge sword that appeared to be very old indeed. Don't need that old bludgeon. It'll only get in the way. And, as much of an antique it is, it won't fetch much on the market in that condition. Look at the Irish. Yeah, reckon it might, you know. There's plenty of collectors who just love old bits of junk. Well, some old bits of junk. Pouting. Pouting, Kid left the sword where she stood. At least she put it back down gently. It was then that we heard a voice from the shadows. Hmm? Oh, and what exactly are you doing here? I just about jumped out of my skin. Who's there? Kid and McGill turned to face the voice, ready for a fight. Wizened crone emerged from the shadows. She was hunched over and wore a hood draped over her face. I could tell at a glance that she wasn't just old. She was positively ancient. Uncle Irish, it's just some doddery old bag. What do you think you're doing sneaking up on us like that? Kid's shoulders relaxed as the tension left her body. McGill, however, continued to give the woman a piercing stare. Oh ho ho! What an impish little thing you are! Here to visit a friend, perhaps? Not in the dead of night, I suspect. The crone narrowed her eyes. Let's get a closer look at you. Ah, yes, you must be here to get your revenge on Lynx. How did she... My heart jumped. She seemed to know exactly who we were. We were in trouble. What if she sounded the alarm? We'd have to give up on the treasure and run for our lives. What are we going to do? Truth. So what? Oh, look at the Irish. So what if we are? Kid narrowed her eyes right back at the crone. Look at the Irish. What's to you if we're here to get our revenge on old Lynxy boy? You gonna do something about it? You never change, do you? The crone chuckled madly, her small frame shaken. Ah, the boldness of youth. Yes, that's the spirit. You what? The kid looked at the crone, completely confused. I was no less mystified. What the heck are you on about? Oh, it must have been 4 or 5 years ago. Yes, it was around then that an innocent young thief stole into the manor, looking to singe Lord Lynx's whiskers. He couldn't have been much older than 10, now that I think of it. Shocked, I turned my gaze to Kid. Wet glint had appeared in Kid's eye, but her glare was like ice. It certainly felt as if the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped below freezing. With a chuckle, the crone continued her story, pretending to not have noticed the change in mood. She was an orphan, you know. Came after Lynx to avenge a woman who'd loved her like her own daughter. But all the vengefulness in the world couldn't change the fact that she was only a little girl. She was no match for Lynx's men, sadly, and they quickly captured her. Lynx is the kind of man one would fear to have for an ally, never mind a foe. Had it not been for the timely assistance of a friend of hers, the girl would have certainly been executed. The way the people of the manor told it, the very shadows pitied the girl and rushed in to spirit her away. I wonder how much of the tale could be true. I have nothing but sympathy for those who know failure, of course. You can't win all the time. And sometimes, against all odds, fate really can be foiled, and the clockwork of history sent into disarray. No, the ones I have no patience for are those who do not recognize their failure, or who fail to choose to give up as a result. The crone looked up from under her hood, stared Kid directly in the face, and grinned. Kid's anger faded, giving way to a dumbfounded expression. If you wish to steal the jewel from Lynx, if you truly wish to triumph, you will have to let go of a treasure of your own, Kid. For as long as you cling on to it, the hands of your clock will never move. They'll stay exactly where they came to rest all those years ago. Look at the Irish. Who are you? Oh, ho, ho. Me? Why, I'm just an old bag like you said. I do apologize. I must have taken up a lot of your time with all my babbling. I'll leave you in peace. Oh, but before I go... The crone turned to face me. You seem to be injured, young man. If you wish, I can take a look at your wounds. With all the attention suddenly turned toward me, I panicked a little. Alright then, please do. What? Alright then, please do. Oh, son of a monkey. The crone muttered a few words as her bony fingers drew sigils in the air. A pale, gentle light began to surround my body, filling me with a strange warmth. Look at the Irish. Strike a light. That's no ordinary spell. Kid was impressed. I felt my wounds healing and heard a nostalgic melody that soothed the wounds in my heart. Before I realized it, the crone was gone. Look at the Irish. Hey lady. Kid strained her eyes, scanning the darkness. There was no one to be seen. Calls went unanswered. Who in the bloody hell was that? She looked like she'd just woken up on the floor as a laughing pig after a few too many. What did she mean about you having to let go of a treasure? We won't find well, we won't find any answers here. Time to move on. McGill brought us back down to earth, motionless as always. It almost seemed as if he thought nothing had happened at all. Irish. Look at the Irish. Yeah, I guess you're right. Kid walked quickly to the door, keen to move on. Look at the Irish. Hold it, you. Just as I was about to follow Kid out of the room, she jabbed me in the side with her elbow. Look at the Irish. You stingy little bugger, Serge. Why didn't you tell her to share some of that healing magic with the rest of us? Classic Kid. Okay. Oh. Door led back to the corridor, which stretched off left and right. Rightward lay the depths of the manor, while the way to our left led back to the terrace. We want to go right. Continuing on down the corridor, we came across a rather sturdy-looking door on the left. A little further on stood a stairwell leading upward. Look at the Irish. Well, this door's clearly meant to be keeping something safe. If there ain't some kind of treasure behind it, my name ain't Kid. Yep, that's the smell of cold, hard cash, all right. Muttered to herself as she began to inspect the door closely. Went inside. Look at the Irish. Bah. What am I, stupid? Of course it's bloody locked. Kid tried the handle a few more times before giving it a grumpy kick. Bloody door's got a magic barrier on it. And the bloody barrier's got a barrier of its own to boot. It'll take more in me putting the boot into it to get through all that. I see. Well, unless we find the key, we don't have a hope of getting inside. Look at the Irish. Reckon I can handle the key hunt, especially if it's that idiot Lynx who's hidden it. If we can find his room, I'll sniff it out in 2 seconds flat. Just you watch. Oh, there's little we can do here, so we can continue to look elsewhere. We continued on. The corridor ended at the foot of some stairs. With Kid in the lead, we headed upwards. It was dark and the stairwell was narrow. We watched our footing carefully as we climbed. The stone of the steps was worn smooth with age, and I lost count of how many there were as we spiraled onward and upward. An awful sense of foreboding haunted me. I had no idea why, but it felt as though we were marching to the gallows. When we arrived at the top of the stairs, we were greeted by an old, heavy door looming in the silence. All was deathly silent, and still, and the still, clammy air added to the sense of ominous apprehension. Something's very wrong here, I muttered without thinking. I hear cursed whispers from beyond. McGill added, doing nothing to lift the mood. Look at the Irish. I'll grow up, will ya? Kid shot back at us derisively. She was already examining the door. Well, it ain't locked, and I don't hear anyone inside. So we went inside. Alright, here goes. The Kid tried the handle. Door opened, and with a slow, heavy swing revealed what lay beyond. Okay. There was a small cylindrical room that appeared to be the inside of one of the stone towers. It was completely deserted, and there were no windows. Look at the Irish. What's this supposed to be? Something about this place is giving me the creeps. Standing in the doorway, Kid seemed suddenly taken aback. Ugh. There might be something in here. Let's take a closer look. Look at the Irish. A closer look at a bloody empty room. Pa, might as well. I guess. We did climb all them stairs. Kid stepped through the door, grumbling under her breath. I scanned the room and then noticed something on the floor. Ooh. Okay. The flagstones were covered in a dozen narrow scratches, and in places there were thick black stains. Something in the stains spoke of a horror that no amount of scrubbing could ever wash away, a malice and a sadness beyond imagining. Something written here. Or no. There's something written here. Crouching in front of a wall, McGill was inspecting some brownish markings that looked like some more of the same stains. Someone's carved letters into the wall and scrambled. Oh no, this is Kid, my bad. Look at the Irish. Someone's carved letters into the wall and scrambled them using blood magic. Kid had gone over to take a look. Looks pretty old, hard to read too. Some of it's been worn away. Let's see. I cannot hold much longer. My only hope now is to leave the Acacian signet in this room. The Acacian signet? Suddenly, the door slammed shut. We jumped to our feet with a start. From above us, we heard an unsettling creaking sound. Walls of floor began to tremble. Look at Irish. What the hell is going on? The kid's eyes darted around the room as she desperately tried to figure out what was happening. Creaky sound from the ceiling above. Ceiling moved obviously closer. Up there. Walked into a bloody trap. Barged the door down. Yeah. Kid sprang at the door like an arrow, slamming into it shoulder first. But it was far too heavy, and her light frame bounced right off of it. Damn it! McGill raced toward the door like the wind, smashing into it with a ferocious force. Made a creaking sound, shook from the impact, but stood firm. Desperately, I hurled myself at it too. The shock of the impact rushed through my body, but it was no good. Meanwhile, the rusty creaking from above continued, as did the ceiling's inexorable journey downward. And, to make matters worse, now countless blades were popping in and out. Look at the Irish surge, McGill. This is going to take all three of us. Timing our blows, we all charged at the door at once. Once, twice, a third time. Then the door was open, and we were collapsed in a heap in the corridor outside. What? Behind us, we heard the sound of the blades of the ceiling grinding into the stone floor of the tower room. There we go. The metallic scraping noise it made was awful. We could only look on in silent horror at the fate we'd so narrowly evaded. Oh. I'm trying to stay awake. But if I put a chew in, it's gonna make voices harder. So, the machinery continued for a short while, but slowly coming to a stop. It seemed the ceiling trap had finally finished its grisly work. Look at the Irish, bugger me, talk about a nasty surprise. Is it some sort of execution chamber? Oh, wait, is McGill saying that? Is it some sort of execution chamber? McGill continued, seeming to be deep in thought. In any case, that writing mentioned Sia. Or Acacia. I'm going to say Acacia. Acacia. Yeah, what was that all about? I asked. The Acacia Dragoons. The elite knightly order serving General Viper, who once governed the territory of Galesburg to the west. Former knightly order, I should say. They were wiped out more or less than a decade ago. They were wiped out more than a decade ago by the lord of this very manor, no less. Uh-huh. Thanks for the history lesson, Mag. Kid rose to her feet, panting off the dust. Too bad we're not here for Fairy Tale Nights. Come on, we've got a lot more exploring left to do. Gil shrugged silently and we headed back to the stairs. Okay, so we explained it, or escaped. So, this one. In the lead, we headed downwards. Went down the stairs, continued straight ahead, came across a sturdy looking door on the right. Corridor continues on back toward the entrance. This is the treasure room. Treasure vault, keep going towards the terrace. We continued on. Leading the group as usual, Kid suddenly stopped. What's that? She jabbed her finger at something in the darkness. Straining my eyes, I could see a pale bundle, something shaking, blah blah blah, something strange, yada yada yada. Suddenly, there was a strange presence. Started crawling across the floor at unbelievable speed. Yeah, we got another skeleton. Skeleton warriors! Skeleton and I stood face to face. What was I gonna do? Tackle the skeleton! Tackle it! Crunching sound, yada yada yada, body bleeding skeleton 2. Better luck next time. Got all the same stuff. What's it doing now? Before I get another words out, it heaved its skull at me. Catch it! What? Caught it in both hands and flung it back. Oh! Caught it and threw it back. The skeleton's upper body reached out and grabbed it with its free hand. And then once again threw it. I caught it, throw it on the ground. Slammed the skull into the ground. And it smashed to pieces with a satisfying crunch. As soon as it had, the skeleton's torso collapsed into a lifeless heap. It won't be troubling us anymore. Time to move on. Well, that wasn't too bad. I was doing great. I felt like nothing could stop me. And then it's all the same shit that Kid already said. Continue down the corridor, coming across the door on the left. And continue back toward the terrace. We do the hallway again, so gotta go all the way to those stairs. So we continue on again. Short walk. Kept following the corridor. Suddenly the darkness felt opaque. Something like a thick haze floated in the air in front of us. Oh shit. Suddenly the darkness felt opaque. Something like a thick haze floated in the air in front of us. Then it took form, like someone blowing smoke into a person-shaped bottle. It was robed in a ragged shroud, sunken eyes menacingly. Was robed in a ragged shroud, sunken eyes glinted menacingly. It was the burning hatred that lingered even after death given form. being driven by hatred for all living beings. Ghost. Bugger, that's us out. Kid bit her lip. Nothing she or I could do to deal with an enemy that had no physical body. Voice boomed out behind me. McGill had begun casting a spell. Oh shit. The ghost took advantage, or rather its body, you could call it, expanded, consuming entirely. It oozed through the gods, disgusting, more disgusting, it was impossibly cold. Felt like it was draining all the heat right out of my blood. Like it was draining my life force itself, in fact. I struggled to break free, but I could find no purchase in the gooey ectoplasm. The piercing chill became all the more bitter, so much so that I didn't even know what cold meant anymore. I could vaguely make out Kid and McGill through the ghost body. What were they doing? Things were looking pretty bad for me. Search. When I say Kid, what are the first words that come to mind? I was suddenly snapped out of a haze. What? Just then, something surged into my consciousness. Words of power filled my mind with an almost physical force. It was McGill. He was using my mind as a conduit to attack the ghost on the astral plane. With an explosion of energy, unutterable, unpronounceable words of power filled my surrounding and blasted away the cold haze. My head felt like it was going to boil from the blazing heat that surged through it. Look at the Irish. Serge. Oi, Serge. You still with us, mate? Someone was slapping me around the face. Someone who seemed to be enjoying it immensely. Kid, stop it, damn you. I leapt to my feet, wide awake again in an instant. Mag, did you really have to use me like that? When dealing with foes who attack the mind, it is simplest to lure them in with bait, then use their intended prey's consciousness as a conduit in order to make an assault from the astral plane. A direct magical attack would have made a lengthy battle a far less elegant solution. He replied without a trace of guilt. Look at the Irish, all right, let's keep moving. Kid gave the order to continue, seemingly completely oblivious to my brush with death. Wait a second, what's that? There was a leather bag on the ground, containing some recently cooked meat. Lucky me, I bit into the meat without a moment's hesitation. After devouring the unexpected windfall, I felt a little better. Oi, where's my share? Busted! I pretended not to hear. I was doing great. I felt like nothing could stop me. Yada yada yada. Fucking... They don't have what the ghost is here. So I'm assuming I might have chose the right thing. It also happened so fast that I really couldn't even do an option. Like, click the thing. Took a corridor leading to the left-hand side of the terrace, eventually coming to an intersection with some stairs. Path to the right, down the stairs if we want to go down the stairs again. So we crept down the stairs, descending deeper into blackness. At the bottom, flat spit, left to the flat atrium. While the path to the right was a winding passage that trailed off into darkness. We want to go to the right. Went to the right, then took the passage. Eventually we came across an ornate door on the right-hand side. It was Riddell's room, Lynx's daughter. We continued on our way, leading the group as usual. Kid suddenly stopped. What's that? She jabbed her finger into the darkness. Straining my eyes, I could see it's another skeleton. Oh, that's strange. And suddenly, the strange presence started crawling across the floor. Yada yada yada. Skeleton warriors. Tackle the skeleton. They're like, next time, yada yada yada. Throws its head at me. I'm gonna catch it. Caught it and slammed it into the floor. Slammed the skull into the floor. Smashed to pieces with a satisfying crunch. As soon as it did, collapsed in a lifeless heap. Heyo! Won't be troubling us no more. Time to move on. I was doing great. Went down the dark passageway, eventually finding ourselves in a straight-looking, immaculately polished door. It was Lynx's room. It was Lynx's room. Kid eyes lit up, gleaming in the darkness with savage anticipation. We went inside. Kid opened the door, slipped inside. Look at the Irish. I knew he wouldn't be here. I knew he wouldn't be here. Nothing. Whatever. We started looking for any signs of the key to the vault. Look at the Irish. Maybe she can help, said Kid, thrusting her chin toward the mirror. I gently pulled the soft cloth from the mirror and stared into the glass. It was dark, like the surface of a lake at night. What is your desire? I asked it where the key to the vault was. Do you know where the key to the vault is? Mirror's reflection rippled, changed to reveal a room with numerous bookshelves. Deep, sonorous voice spoke. You will find the key in the place I have revealed. The study. It is inside a book with a purple cover in the furthest bookshelf from the door. The image of the study vanished from the mirror, and the voice went silent. It appears the spirit has left for another mirror, commented McGill. To the study, then. As I made to leave the room, a low voice rumbled through the air, stopping me dead in my tracks. Beware. He knows. Was it the voice of the mirror again? What did it mean? Look at the Irish. Hurry up or we're leaving you behind, Serge, called Kid from the outside. Flustered, I rushed after her. Corridor stretched out beyond the room. Retraced our steps. Riddell's room. Continued on our way. Continued down the corridor until we reached an intersection. Turn. Go back up the stairs. Passage stairway was short. Kid leading the way, we climbed up. At the top, another intersection. Taking the corridor to the right would lead us dead end with the door, while to the left would lead to the terrace, side passageway in front of us. Toward the study. Headed down the side passage. At the end, if we came to an immaculately polished door, this was the study. We went inside. Furthest and purple. Look at the Irish. Right, let's find this key. Light on her feet as always. Kid moved to the center of the room. Where did the mirror say it was again, Sedge? She was asking me? How was I supposed to remember? Purple cover, far bookcase. I think it was supposed to be the one with the purple cover in the furthest bookcase. Alright, let's see. Seeming to take my word for it, Kid made for the case in question. Right, this is the one. Purple cover, purple cover. Aha! This has gotta be it. Kid pulled out a book from the bottom shelf. McGill and I watched as she opened it. The pages were hollowed out, and hidden inside was an old key decorated with strange symbols. Nailed it. Nice one, Sedge. Kid snatched the key from inside the book. Right, time to finally get a look at this treasure. Having got what we came for, we left the study. Passageway arrived at an intersection. Towards the terrace. Short walk down the corridor. Terrace came into view. Kept following the corridor. Kid stopped in her tracks, signaling us with a hand behind her. She drew her knife and stared into the darkness. We heard the clinking metal from just up ahead. Goblin guards. It wasn't likely there'd be anyone else going for a nighttime stroll in the manor wearing armor. I drew my knife and readied myself. I'd picked up on the situation pretty quickly. Drew my knife, preparing for a fight. Kid gave me a sideways glance. Look at the Irish. You know something? You're starting to look like a real thief. Now you just need to walk the walk. She grinned. Alright, Serge and McGill. Let's get 'em. She leapt forward, confident as ever. It was like she thought nothing could go wrong. Grip my standard, deflected the blow. There were 5 of them in total. They weren't any ordinary goblins, though. Having been well looked after in this palatial manor, they had grown even bigger than McGill. Each of them was carrying the manor goblin's trademark, a morning star, consisting of a rod and a heavy spiked iron ball on the chain. Wait, or is it a flail? I could never remember, and I didn't have time to think much more about it. The goblin came rushing at me, swinging its spiked mace. Charged to beat it with the knife. I held out my knife in front of me in an attempt to parry the attack. Somehow, suddenly the goblin disappeared. I looked to the side to see it buried in the wall, arms and legs akimbo. Oh. Did you really expect to stop a morning star with only a knife? Your stupidity will get you killed. Shouted McGill, turning to face down 2 more goblins. I grabbed the fallen goblin's weapon and prepared to finish it off. Grabbed the morning star with both hands and swung it down with all my might. Wham! There was a dull thud as the iron ball crashed into the goblin's helmet. Wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. I looked at Kid. Kid was squaring off against two of the goblins. Their dull, lumbering attacks couldn't touch her as she deftly sidestepped each and every one, striking back nimbly with the knife held in both hands. That was Kid's style. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. But stings make for tough going against enemies that can really take a beating. Both goblins were covered in cuts, but their attacks were just as powerful as ever. Rushed in to help Kid deal with one of them. The enemy hadn't noticed yet. Took my time and chose my target. I attacked it with the morning star I picked up. Gripped the morning star with both hands and swung it with all the strength I could summon. Wham! It should have knocked the creature clean out, but it was still standing. Goblin turned around with its own morning star dangling from its hand. Its eyes were twitching madly. I'm in for it now, I thought. Then its pupils rolled into the back of its head and it crashed lifelessly to the floor. I breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Are you okay, Kid? She wiped the blood off her knife, not saying a word in response. Then she sheathed it and took a step toward me. There was a terrifying look on her face. I was sure I was going to get yet another earful. That's right, you just rickrolled yourself. I saw you here, Gravy. I was just trying to get through this part because it's technically a battle. But, I think I'm alright for the moment. I have returned. I have watched Deadpool and Wolverine. I was quite pleased. Yes. And then what did Button do? I deserved it for all the horrible crimes. The end is dead behind me. Oh! I mean, yeah. Yeah, everyone deserves what happens when they push the big red button. Nodders. Lots of nodders. I haven't gotten to see Deadpool and Wolverine yet, but I will go see it sooner or later, even if it's on DVD. But from what I have seen of it, it looks phenomenal. Like, one of the few movies I've actually been excited to go see. So, good. I'm glad to hear it met with your approval. They mouth words to me. No sound or harmony from the gaping maws, but the painful deafening of silence. Gravy, were you a drama kid by chance? No, not a drama kid. Oh, okay. Alright, let me finish this part real quick. She cast a glance at the goblin on the floor. The iron ball was deeply embedded in its skull. Blimey, that must have hurt, she muttered. Then she looked back at me. Looking Irish. Never used the Morning Star before, have you? Could have just as easily knocked your own block off swinging it around willy-nilly like that. Be more careful next time, alright? I thought she was gonna yell at me like usual, but there was something almost nice about the way she was telling me off. Thanks. She said softly into my ear, and I felt something warm and soft on my cheek. I was doing great. I felt like nothing could stop me, especially because I just got a kiss on the cheek from the girl. But Gravesclaw, you were not a drama kid. Um, what kind of kid were you then? Like, what kind of electives and stuff did you do when you were in school? Like, I always kind of classify, like, you obviously have your sports, your athletic kids. Um, there were shop kids, kids who did like trade classes and stuff like that if the school offered it. Um, then there was drama kids, and then there was also just like uh club kids, I guess, which is kind of drama kids, but there was also other clubs that weren't drama. So not necessarily talking cliques, just like what was your after school activities? Or there was the go the fuck home kids. That also counts. I was a member of the National Arts Honor Society. I joined the Japanese clubs, the Nihonophiles, weebs, you know the type. Oh, I was mostly a go the fuck home kid. Oh, okay. Well, but you were a club kid. I mean, you were a member of a arts honor society, and you were part of a club and whatnot. So you would classify as a club kid, in my opinion. I guess barely. I mean, yeah, but the go the fuck home is literally like having no after school activities whatsoever. Not very social in my youth. Um, I was very social. Asperger's and all that. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear about that. I was I was undiagnosed. Ah, I see. Would have helped to have known. I can only imagine. For me, I was an athlete and a trades kid. I played uh, football and did track multiple years. Did basketball uh, through like rec district and middle school, and then 1 year of high school. Um, did football for 3 years of high school. Track was 2 years of high school, and all that. But I also did like shop classes, specifically welding classes, because my grandpa's a welder, and I learned a lot about welding from helping him around the shop and shit growing up. So, the moment I could jump into welding class, I was also doing that, which was fun time, real fun time. Hmm. Look at the Irish. Not bad, Serge. Not bad at all. Didn't know you had it in you. There's a mischievous glint in Kid's eyes. She rewarded me with a few rare words of praise. Wish I had done more sports as a kid, but I was bad on teams. I mean, sports. I will say sports aren't for everyone, but I always highly, highly suggest everybody at least attempt it, because sports can impart so many things that can help you be successful if you have a good culture going and good coaches. Um, or at least or at least I wish I had been more physically active. Well, I can totally understand that. I mean, honestly, if it wasn't for the sports, I would have been not very active at all. But because of sports, like during school, normally we already had like our PE classes would be split in half, where one half of the class would be playing a game down in the gym, while the other half would go up into the weight room and lift weights. And then halfway through the class, the two groups would switch. So that handled me through the school year. And then, of course, I had practice after school for sports and stuff like that. And then during the summer, I was always working in some way, shape, or form, whether it was construction or excavation or groundskeeping, or I was always doing some sort of manual labor. Not to say I was like super fit or anything, like I've always just been a stocky country boy. So, like, even when I was working late, I didn't look like I had very much muscle going on. A short way along the corridor, running from the right hand side of the terrace, we found an ancient looking door, again on our right. You are the quintessential country boy. Um, yeah, I would agree with that. Um, I won't go so far as to actually call myself a cowboy in most situations. But that's just because I don't live that particular lifestyle anymore. But yeah, country boy is pretty fucking accurate. You're not really athletic, is more active than most others. So you say that, but then in my group of friends, quite literally, I was the least active of my group of friends. Um, I had several of them that were they did football and track like I did also, but then they also played uh, baseball and did wrestling as well. You want to talk about some guys who were athletic? It was them guys. So like I have my rare moments of showing off athleticism nowadays, but nothing compared to what a bunch of my buddies were capable of. I was more hard work than natural talent at just about everything. Small confession, I did do some minor acting as a kid. Oh, hey, that's kind of cool. Like plays or like actual acting as like being a kid in a commercial or playing a role in an actual production. Right, clock tower. Shit, okay. I gotta be careful. Purple book, yada yada yada. I did that. Keep going until you reach the treasure vault. Okay, so that should be just continuing down this way. Continued on. Plays in community theater, background role in a movie and a show. Nothing of importance, but I did bring it up because you asked if I was a drama kid. So, no in the typical sense. That's still really cool, though. I mean, that's a. You want to talk about a way to do an icebreaker in a conversation, you've got the perfect freaking ace to draw on. I returned, creeping down the darkened hallway as silently as we could. Continuing down the corridor, we came across a rather sturdy looking door on our left. A little further, stairway leading upward. Oh, this door is clearly meant for something safe. This is in treasure brand, yada yada yada. Yep, cold hard cash, blah blah blah. We went inside. Meh, I'd be more interested in voice acting. I mean, everything catches your interest, but it's still a pretty interesting fact to know. Like, that just sets up for a good, interesting conversation to be had. Me, on the other hand, I sit there and I look at somebody. I'm like, so, do you know how to change your own tire? And the amount of times that I get a no is kind of disturbing and depressing and distressing. I guess, but I'd rather know how to change my own tire. I've learned, never had to, so I forgot. Well, I'll tell you one thing. It's just like riding a bike. Once you've done it, like once you know it, you know it. Like you can figure it back out again. But I very much am also like there's lots of things that people should just know how to do, just in case you wind up in a situation. Alright, we went inside. Look at the Irish. This should do it. Kid slipped the key we'd found into the lock. Uh, Lines of magical light flashed across the surface of the door and vanished into various magical, vanished as various magical barriers were dispelled. Up, down, left, right, blue, red, green, every color under the sun. And then all was quiet, and the darkness of the manor returned. You should do streams of those things? Um, maybe. Like, if I ever get around to doing something like a legitimate streamiversary event or something like that, maybe I'll do something like that as like a goal. That and potentially I would also like another goal for something like that would potentially do like not a cover per se, but do I have the idea of doing like a sing along road trip video almost where while I'm driving on down the road uh do an audio recording of singing along with the radio for a song or something like that. Because I don't know how well a proper cover would go with me. I'm not exactly vocally inclined. I'm pretty tone deaf. Right, we're in. With a creak, the heavy doors gently swung open. As soon as I saw what was inside, I gave a gasp. Kid stepped inside. Well, we've hit the mother lode. Out of the darkness loomed a veritable mountain of gold, silver, priceless works of art, and exquisite trinkets. Kid looked as if she was on the verge of drooling at the sight of it all. But what thief wouldn't it have been? After all, this was the kind of hoard that few people would ever come across in their lifetime. The smallest fraction of this vast mound of riches would have seen even the most careless spendthrift set for life. Our goal is the frozen flame. Ignore the rest. McGill spoke with an icy dedication to our mission. He hadn't even batted an eyelid at the sight that had greeted us. Yeah, I know. She was disappointed, of course, but she soon set about scanning the room for the object of our hunt. Look at the Irish. Wait, is that it? Look, on the pedestal over there. I turned to see what Kid was pointing at. There it was, a small yet perfectly formed jewel that gave off a pale red light. A jewel that looked like it was a jewel that looked like a flickering fire suspended in time. The frozen flame. Silently, McGill walked toward the pedestal. I called out, "Hurry! We don't have much time, or wait, we have to be careful. Wait, we have to be careful." You're right. This is Lynx we're dealing with, after all. It may very well be trapped. We should be on our guard. Look at the Irish. We need to be quick about this, but fine, have it your way, grumbled Kid, looking away. McGill examined the pedestal for a short while, then paused. We were wise to be cautious. Placing his left hand on the base of the pedestal, he muttered an incantation, drawing quick sigils in the air with his right hand. Some glyphs appeared on its smooth surface, for a moment blazed brightly. There, now we can proceed. McGill calmly reached out and grabbed hold of the red jewel. Dun 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 dun! Surge and friends have obtained the frozen flame. Whew, we managed to get what we came for without anything horrible happening to us. Breathed a sigh of relief and turned again to McGill. He was staring silently at the jewel in his hands. McGill, we did it. Let's get out of. Before I could finish, the frozen flame crumbled to dust. This flame was a fake. Lynx must be keeping the real one somewhere safe. What? Suddenly a siren rang out. The room was flooded with light and metal bars slammed down in front of the door. I turned with a gasp to see Kid frozen, an ornate crown in her hands and a wide-eyed look of awkward shock on her face. Dun 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 dun! Kid and friends obtained a golden crown, too. You're kidding me, right? You had to go and... You complete bonehead. I ripped out with a stream of choice insults. In my head, that is. Metallic parrots at the four corners of the room suddenly came to life, flapping their wings and screeching. Thieves! Thieves! We're in trouble. We're in trouble. These things are going nowhere, said McGill, inspecting the bars covering the door. Although to look at him, you wouldn't have thought there was anything wrong. Which way? Which way? The parrots, to the vault. We heard voices in the distance. The man of guards were coming. Kid dived behind a pile of coins. Look at the Irish. Find somewhere to hide. In a panic, I looked around the room. There was a large chest sitting open next to a pillar. I rushed to empty it and then plunged in head first and closed the lid. Captain, there's no sign of anyone in here. Sign. Peculiar. Strange. No one's ever have escaped before. None have ever fled the mousetrap's clutches. None. Gently pushed up the lid of the chest and peeked through the gap. There were 5 goblins wearing suits of armor, unlocking the gate and about to make their way inside. One of the goblins looked around the room, jerking his neck as he peered into the shadows.
Captain, what if it was a mouse this time? Chef was grumbling about mouses the other day, Captain. A mouse? A rodent? A rat? Would a teeny tiny thing like that have sprung the trap?
Replied a stocky, plump-looking goblin. It must have been the captain. He didn't seem convinced. Oh god, the goblin is jerking in the corner. Oh, it was his neck? Never mind. Oh wait, was there an actual movable thing in part of this? Huh. I didn't notice that if any part of the picture was moving. Good catch. That was when I heard a strange but oddly familiar sound from the corner of a room. Squeak! Squeak! It was coming from where Kid was hiding. Startled, the troop of goblins stopped and looked at each other. For a moment, none of them spoke. Eventually, the goblin captain rubbed his chin through his jowls and offered his thoughts.
Mouses? I'm sure Chef was complaining about cats.
Meow. Meow. That voice again. Again, silence. Goblins only looked at each other.
Funny you should say that, Captain. The way I heard it, it weren't mouses or cats, but a hecarim.
An awkward silence followed. In my mind's eye, I could see Kid racking her brains to work out what a hecarim was.
I smell a rat, and by which I mean a thief.
Following the captain's lead, the guards reached for their weapons, and then... Hick! 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 Red! Hick! Red!
Listen, it really is a hecarim by heck. That proves it.
Goblin guards grinned and nodded to each other.
Cheeky little devil, surprised me there. Let's get out of here, boys.
Goblins filed out of the vault. The goblins filed out of the vault. I breathed a sigh of relief. And then they came charging back in again with a mighty roar.
There's no such thing as hecrats.
Look at the Irish. What, you sneaky little buggers? Roared Kid, leaping out from behind the pile of gold coins.
You're one to talk, thief.
Brandishing their weapons menacingly, the goblins moved slowly forward, forcing Kid into a corner. Quietly eased open the lid of the coffer and slipped out. Can't leave you anywhere, can I? I muttered to myself. I knew Kid could handle herself, but I didn't fancy her odds against a whole troop of heavily armored goblins. For a moment, I wasn't sure what to do, but then I made up my mind. I had to save Kid. There was no way I was going to abandon a friend in need. Even if it meant facing off against a group of 5 goblin guards, I'd find a way to come out on top. I hoped. I drew the knife from my belt and leapt into the middle of the room. Hey, snot for brains, over here. The goblins all turned to look at me at the same time. 10 beady, cruel little eyes all staring daggers at me.
Fool! In a hurry to die, are we?
I gulped and wondered if making a run for it might have been a better plan of action after all.
Humans are so stupid.
The goblin guard chuckled and licked his teeth.
Yep, this one's got a death wish all right. Why else would he be so stupid as to come after Lord Lynx's treasure?
Ha! That's a first, being called dumb by a bloody goblin. Nope, hang on, wrong character. Luck of the Irish. Ha! That's a first, being called dumb by a bloody goblin. Try acting tough when you're crying for your mum later on. Judging by Kid's response, she wasn't feeling massively threatened. And you tell her that it was Kid who kicked your teeth in.
So you're Kid, are you? The sneaky little slippery little thief we've heard so much about.
The goblin narrowed his eyes.
Lord Lynx will be thanking me from now until my retirement if I bring him your head on a silver platter.
Goblin Captain pulled his morning star from his waist and started swinging.
You don't know who you're messing with. We ain't no ordinary goblins, sweetheart. We're Lord Lynx's elite guard. The goblins that gobble other goblins. That's right, the Gob Squad.
Oh, quit shooting your mouth and let me stick a boot in it. And with that, Kid launched into a lightning fast spinning kick. Her boot connected with the side of a goblin's head with a crack, sending the creature tumbling to the ground.
Get him, lads. The boy looks scrawny. Start with him.
The goblin captain spun the heavy metal ball of his morning star into the air.
Glorious gob strike. Aye, aye.
The goblins charged across the room in response to the captain's command. Gob strike incoming. What do I do? Dodge the attack. Swiftly dodge the attack. I tried to at least. Morning star slammed into my shoulder with a sickening impact. I writhed in agony at the same time, trying not to lose sight of where the next blow was going to be coming from.
Yeah, that's the spirit, Scronbag. I ain't done with you yet.
McGill conjured up a black wind, which surged forth like a shearing tempest.
How does a human know to spell like that? Who are you?
The goblin was quickly silenced as the rushing winds tore through it, and it collapsed on the floor with a final shriek. McGill looked down on his victims, his expression unchanged. Another goblin flew down from overhead.
Bums away!
With a growl, it sent its morning star swinging from up above. Shit. Came crashing, aimed squarely for it like a fool. I tried to avoid the target, and then I was seeing stars. Before I knew it, I was crawling on the floor. Surge, watch yourself! Kids broke through the pain, clutching my throbbing head. I staggered to my feet. I knew that if I hesitated or faltered for a moment, I would die. I wasn't about to let myself die in a place like this. Readied myself to parry the attack. Just about managed to push the enemy's attack aside and strike back with my knife, landing a heavy blow on the goblin's unguarded flank. The goblin's face crumpled in agony. Gil conjured up a black wind, doing the thing. As a human know a spell like that? Who are you? The goblin quickly was silenced as the rushing winds tore through it, and it collapsed on the floor with a final shriek. Looked at the victim, yada yada yada. Another one bombs away. It's a growl. Rolled away. Rolled across the floor, dodging the attack. I was fast enough and crashed straight into my back. Shit. Let out a howl as force the impact jutted through my body. I never felt such raw pain in my entire life. I rolled around on the floor in agony.
Ha ha ha! Dance for me, boy. Let me hear you sing.
Crawled to the floor, yada yada yada.
Die, brat!
Its lips curled around its fangs with a leering grin. It raised its weapon over its head. Oh no, you don't! You have to get through me first. Another goblins hesitated for a moment, only to be run through by a spear of pure lightning conjured up by McGill. The goblin let out a blood-curdling howl as the electricity coursed through its body. Clutched awkwardly at his chest where it had been struck. Face contorted with agony and horror. Cape fluttered, his piercing eyes stared coldly at his victim.
None who defy me shall escape my wrath.
My head was spinning as I managed to take the opportunity to rise to my feet.
Gob strike incoming.
Ready myself to parry. Just about managed to parry it, only for the goblin to knock it away with the flick of its brawny arm and send me crashing back into the ground. Shock said the thing, shit! Other goblins hesitated for only a moment. Pure lightning again. None who defy me shall escape my wrath.
Long live Lord Lynx. Glory to the Gob Squad.
These final words, the goblin collapsed. That was the last of them. Made it. That sucks. I took a lot of damage. Look at the Irish, huh? Piece of cake. Said kid, putting a brave face on things as she wiped the sweat from her brow with her arm. And then she stopped and looked at me. Serge, what were you thinking, you great drongo? Getting the goblins to come after you like that? You really didn't have to, you know. Kid gazed softly at me, her blue eyes like a cool glow of the moon. She seemed to be trembling slightly. She looked down at the ground, hiding her face. Thanks. I'll never forget what happened tonight. Even if we go our separate ways. Even if we never meet again. Never. And then McGill stepped in.
Save the chatter for later. Can't waste any more time here. The frozen flame must be somewhere else in the map.
Alright, mate. Thanks for stating the obvious. It's not my bloody fault that Lynx has to make everything so bloody difficult for everyone. Kid spun on her heel and made a sulky about face for the door. Suddenly, her attention returned to a pile of defeated goblins. This bunch of Dragos said their Lynx is elite god, right? Bet they've got some nice loot on them. With that, she started unceremoniously rummaging through the fallen captain's pockets. She was like a hyena sniffing for scraps. Hello. What's this? She found an odd metal plate. It resembled an open hand. It was covered in runes. Reckon this might open some other magic door somewhere. Well, never know when it might come in handy either. Finders keepers. The plate vanished into Kid's pocket. Looks like there's nothing else worth taking unless you count pocket lint and bits of string. She rose to her feet and looked around the room. You know, it's a real shame to just leave the Look at the Irish. You know, it's a real shame to leave the rest of this it's a real shame to leave the rest of all this loot just sitting here unloved. Suppose we could come back for it whenever. Kid turned to face us and flashed a grin. Alright, lads, let's get a move on. It ain't gonna be dark forever. That hand-shaped plate is our only clue for now, muttered McGill seemingly to himself. And with that, we left the vault in search of the real frozen flame. And I hope I can find a frickin' bag with meat in it. We want to go toward the terrace. Continue down the thing, going toward the terrace. Continue on. Short walk, came to the terrace in view. Again. Kept following the corridor. We took the corridor leading to the left-hand side of the terrace. Eventually got arrived with stairs. Okay, I think we have to... Okay, I will be right back, folks. I gotta use the restroom real quick. Alright, I am back. Okay, so after defeating the goblins, get the handshake plate. Gonna go path splits, take the stairs again, go through the archway into the atrium. That's where we need to go. So back down the stairs. So we're just about caught up to where we were last time I had this. Now we're going to the atrium on the left. Kid poked her head through an arch-shaped door and took a look around. Look at the Irish, huh? It's big in here. Must be some kind of hall. We took a cautious look around and then entered, one after another. The atrium was like a beautiful plaza, complete with a statue that doubled as a fountain. Pillars and arches lined the walls, and in the center was a small pool of clear water above which the statue stood. On the other side of the room, I could see another arched entrance like the one we had come through. Ooh, look at the Irish. Oh, that's cold. Kid was scooping up water from the fountain. I went over to her and rested my hand on the edge of the marble basin, peered into the pool underneath. Shadows flickered on the water's surface. You reckon them fish are rare, as in valuable? Kid leaned right over the edge. I couldn't see the bottom. I wondered how deep it was. The shadow of one of the fish grew larger and larger. Whoa! Sensing danger, Kid leapt back from the edge. Snap! Clack! A fish leapt out of the water and snapped at her, with its jaws bristling with razor-sharp teeth. Its mouth closed shut on the air where she had been only moments before. With a splash, the fish darted back under the water. Pteranodons. Deadly carnivorous fish with razor-sharp teeth and powerful jaws that could snap a monster's horn in half. Staring in horror, I watched as dark shadows began to gather in what little of the pool I could make out. Pteranodons must have detected prey. Soon the room was filled with the sound of splashing and snapping as the fish teemed at the water's surface. Bloody hell! Even Kid was uneasy. She took another step back. How many pteranodons were in the pool? Thought of what could happen if they all leapt clear of the water and attacked at once crossed my mind. A bead of cold sweat rolled down my forehead. Suddenly the water coming from the statue turned crimson and shot out in a powerful jet that nearly touched the ceiling. Kid jumped back again. I just stood in shock, watching the torrent of water erupting from the statue. Scarlet waters continued to gush out from the fountain. The pool grew redder and redder and started to overflow. We looked on entranced, but the spell was soon broken when we realized the water was starting to flow faster and faster over the rim of the basin. The pteranodons began to jump and snap at the water's surface with bloodthirsty glee. I was brought to my senses by the dull slapping sound of pteranodons hitting the floor. Go back the way we came. Kid, let's get out of here. In a panic, we splashed through the water back to the corridor we came from. The fangs of the pteranodon snapped at my legs and I felt searing pain. I had to endure it if I had any hope of reaching the entrance. Breathing heavily, I finally found myself back in the corridor outside. Oh, that was a close call. So that whole thing was a trap, eh? Talk about twisted. Lynx is even more of a sick bastard than I thought. I was about to say he wouldn't have to be if he didn't have to guard against people like her breaking into his home, but I thought better of it. Well, at any rate, I think we can consider that a dead end. Let's go back. Defeated, we left the atrium. Something caused Kid to stop in her tracks. Hello, hello. What do we have here? She pointed to the side entrance hall, she pointed to the side of the entryway to the hall. I found myself face to face with the sculpture of an old man's face with a truly phenomenal beard. The sculpture's eyes seemed to gleam with life. For a piece of marble, it seemed almost too realistic. It's a mouth of truth, announced McGill. An enchanted statue that can tell if you're lying. If it catches you out, it'll bite your hand off. McGill kept his explanation simple so that Kid wouldn't drift off before he got to the important part. Huh. So what's it doing here then? I suspect it's part of a greater mechanism. Look at either stick your hand in its gob, do you? Righto, let's see what happens, shall we? With a mischievous glint in her eye, Kid darted over and stuck her hand in its mouth without a moment's hesitation. She stood there for a moment waiting. It'd take long for her to get bored. Huh, nothing. Suddenly I had an idea. Hey Kid, who's the greatest thief who ever lived? Huh, me of course, you drug. Kid answered without a moment's hesitation, and then suddenly her face twisted with pain. The teeth of the marble sculpture clamped down on her hand. It bit me, she cried. Knock it off. Everyone knows it's the truth. Ow! The sculpture bit her again as soon as she spoke. You little... Cold sweat formed on Kid's forehead. The sculpture was tightening its grip. Won't let go until you say something true. Despite the obvious urgency of the situation, McGill was matter-of-fact as ever. Just say something, Kid. Anything, as long as it's truth. Obviously, Kid wasn't listening. Instead, she just kicked awkwardly at the statue. Oi, Beardy, let go of me bloody hand. She planted her feet on either side of its mouth and tried her hardest to pull herself out. She heaved, kicked, and stamped, grunted, and strained. Then finally, her hand popped free. I was taken aback by what I'd just witnessed and couldn't say a word. Look at the Irish. See? Told you it was the truth. Kid raised her hand in the air triumphantly, as if to demonstrate. I could see the heavy bite marks. The sculpture hadn't come away from the struggle unscathed either. Kid's attempt to break free had left it cracked in several places. McGill pointed silently at part of it. I went to take a closer look and saw a pale, flesh-colored tongue. I expect we're supposed to put something there. commented McGill. Something. What exactly? I replied. Kid stood there for a moment, lost in thought, and then she started to unload all the knickknacks she'd been carrying. It was a strange collection of odds and ends pulled out from her pockets, her boots, and even from her braid. Look at the Irish. Alright, Serge, now it's your turn to have a go at that stupid statue. Kid grinned at me, holding her assortment of knickknacks out on the palms of both hands. I guess she'd decided that whatever further horrors the statue had in store, she'd rather not face them herself. Nice, kid. Real nice. Grumbling to myself, I reached to pick out an item. I chose the hand-shaped plate. Took the hand-shaped metal plate we'd found. After taking another look at the runes, I was no closer to working out what they might mean. Here goes nothing. I stuck the plate in the mouth of Troop's marble maw. As soon as I did, its eyes rolled upward and the wall gave a light shudder. A low rumbling came from the structure's mouth.
This is indeed the ultimate truth of the universe.
Did you hear something? Yeah. I watched the mouth of truth in confusion. Its great marble tongue lolled out almost like a snake. It coiled around the plate, seizing it and pulling it deep inside. What's going on? In a panic, I looked to McGill for answers.
Seems this ineffable truth of the universe has even the mouth of truth tongue-tied.
McGill answered in his usual deadpan manner. I think he might have been trying to make a joke. Luck of the Irish. Hang on. So that plate thing, you revealed the truth of the universe? And you went and crammed it down that beardy's gullet? You realize how much we could have sold that for? Kid kicked the floor in frustration and snapped her fingers. And then drains on all sides of the room suddenly opened wide. Water formed eddies as it sank away. Helpless, the pteranodons were washed away with the current. Soon only trickles of water were left, slowly dripping away. Well, look at the Irish. Well, that's a stroke of luck, ain't it? Guess we won't be sleeping with the fishes tonight. Grinned Kid, looking at the empty pool. We crossed the drain room, making for the exit on the other side, and pressed on. Okay. So this is where we got to last time. At a locked door. Having crossed through the atrium, head down the left path. We went through the atrium and continued down the corridor before finding ourselves at a fork in the road. The corridor stretched off to the left and to the right. Head down the left path. Fuck! Suddenly the darkness felt opaque. Something like a thick haze floated in the air in front of us. It's another fucking ghost. I knew it was useless, but I drew my knife. I raised my knife toward the ghost with both hands, channeling all my willpower into the tip of the blade. Suddenly, a chilling shock ran through my body. Cold was trying to drain life from me. It felt so cold. Battle with the undead is a test of will. Whoever flinches first loses. Well, I may have been up against a being formed from willpower so strong it created a monster. As this thing never had to put up with being mercilessly ripped into by a kid every day of its life. But still, another word of the chill. So cold. Suddenly, I wasn't sure I was gonna make it. That'll do, Serge. Good on you. I was just beginning to succumb to the cold, to the despair. The kid's voice cut through the numbness. Somehow, I was still standing. And then Kid flew past me, her knife gleaming in the darkness. McGill had finished casting his spell of banishment while I was keeping the ghost busy. I saw Kid catch the blue current of magical energy with her blade and send it crashing into the ghost's forehead. Did I make it? My body slackened as relief washed over me. I felt my consciousness slipping. Serge! Oi, Serge! You still with us? Someone was slapping me on the cheek. Whoever it was, they seemed to be enjoying it. Wait. That could only be... Stop it, kid. I leapt to my feet. Oh, get over yourself, Serge. It was only sucking your soul out of you for a few seconds. Don't tell me it took your sense of humor, too. Try it for yourself, then say that, I thought to myself. I gotta hand it to you, though. You showed some guts there. Here's your reward. And then she spun on her heel and stood there next to McGill as if nothing had happened. Slowly, I rose to my feet, not quite believing what she'd just done. I could still feel her lips on my forehead. I was starting to feel a little worse for wear. I was going to have to be more careful from now on, or this is going to end badly. Not bad, Serge. Not bad at all. Didn't know you had it in you. And we continued down the corridor, eventually reaching an old, rather sturdy-looking door. You'll find a locked door leading to the catacombs. Bloody marvelous. Another bloody door with a bloody magic barrier on it. Wonder what's inside. My sixth sense is telling me it ain't treasure. Kid whispered to us as she examined the door. I suspect that this is the Manor's dungeon, replied McGill, his eyes closed in concentration. I can hear the sound of someone moaning in the darkness on the other side. But there's nothing we can do. But there is nothing we can do, and thus it is of little concern to us now. Let us turn back. With no way of getting through the door, we retraced our steps down the corridor. Making our way down the corridor, we came to a branch in the path. Path right would lead us back to the atrium and fountain corridor. Also continued directly ahead, but the way was completely enshrouded in darkness. Okay, so that was that. Heading away from it, you'll be going forward. Heading away from it, keep going forward. Continue straight. Continued straight down the dank, dark corridor until stairs leading downward finally came into view. Take the descending staircase. Okay. Down the stairs. Slowly crept down the staircase, descending deeper into the shadows as we went. At the bottom, we found ourselves at another intersection. The dim, narrow passageway branched left and right. Okay. Here. Go down the staircase. Turn left. Took the left path. Continued on down the corridor until it ended at a large door covered in scratches and other odd marks. Above the door was a wooden plate. It bore the legend guard room in elaborate calligraphy. Luck of the Irish. Well, reckon this might be where to find the key to that door upstairs. No getting past that bloody magic barrier without it. Kid pressed an ear against the door and listened carefully. Doesn't sound like anyone's in there, she whispered. Alright, so. Armory. Go in. Go inside. Kid opened the door. The room had seemed completely silent from the outside, and so we thought it would be empty. But But there inside was a lone goblin. It was sitting in a chair with a book in its hand. Light steam drifted from a teacup on the table in front of it, and with it a delicate aroma. Goblin peered, the goblin peered at us curiously over its spectacles. There was something different about this one. I could tell that as much at a glance. Oh, heavens! How rare it is to have guests! Heavens! Heavens! How well spoken for a goblin. I could only feel dread and suspicion at the sight of him nonetheless. Look at the Irish. Sorry, mate, but we're not your guests. Cough up the key to the dungeon if you want to live. Kid slammed her knife into the table to illustrate her point, but the goblin didn't so much as flinch. Ah, you must be Kid. What a pleasure this is. I've always so wanted to meet you. Well, you're even more ravishing than the rumors would. You're even more ravishing than the rumors would. Before the goblin could finish, Kid's knife flew through the air. With a quick flick of his wrist, the goblin caught the blade with the back of his book, a mere inch from his face. I see that your approach is as radical as the name your merry band would suggest, the goblin said, pulling the knife free and handing it back to Kid. She took it without a word, but her gaze had changed. She was like a cat, consciously studying its prey. And ours getting to the good part too. Ah, well, I suppose I shall have to give it up. I suppose I shall have to give up on ever finishing it now. The goblin casually flung the book over his shoulder into a nearby bin. Allow me to introduce myself, if I may. I'm Grismeld, and I'm the god on watch. No need to stand. Please do take a seat. You're welcome to tea, of course. The goblin beckoned us to sit down. Did he mean to poison us? If I may. McGill calmly took a seat, ignoring the obvious suspicion in the air. Take a seat to McGill. Sat down next to McGill. I decided to trust McGill's instinct and took a seat next to him. He had some kind of plan in mind, I'm sure of it. Kid didn't look like she'd be pulling up a chair anytime soon. She was standing with her arms crossed, eyeing the goblin suspiciously. Goblin poured 3 cups of tea. Here you are. Without the slightest hint of hesitation, Bill took his teacup and lifted it to his lips. He sipped and then placed the cup back in its saucer. Yield my ale and tea. Not a blend I'd expect to find here. What a pleasure it is to encounter a fellow connoisseur. Yes, it's a rare blend, and one mainly enjoyed by the noble classes. I couldn't believe the conversation I was hearing, but I also couldn't help wondering what this rare tea might taste like. My eyes rested on the cup that had been poured for me. I couldn't shake the fear that it might be poison, but I also couldn't ignore how delicious it smelled. Before I knew it, the cup was in my hands. This is great! I blurted out. I'd never had such a delicious brew in my entire life. My aches and pains faded away. Glanced over at Kid, who was blowing manically at the liquid in her cup. I had forgotten she was paranoid about burning her mouth on things. Now that we're comfortable, let's get down to brass tacks, as they say. I do indeed have the key to the dungeon as you surmised, but you will also be aware that I cannot simply give it away. I glanced over at Kid again. Typical, she wasn't listening to a word Grismeld was saying. She was still huffing and puffing at her tea. It would seem it was up to me to respond. Shit. I suppose that means you want something in return. This makes sense. But oh shit. You know what I want? Your heads, blah 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 blah. Damn it, I really wish that type of stuff didn't happen. Or rather, I'm sure that's what my employer would have me say. But no, I have no such barbarous aspirations. Furthermore, I doubt I'd be a match for you. Grismeld chuckled as he said this. What I live for is the joy of conversation, which I fear my compatriots are ill-equipped to supply. Perhaps you might have one or two ripping yarns to share. Grinning, he added, I'm sure notorious thieves such as yourselves must have more than a few thrilling tales up your sleeves. So he wanted to hear a story. That seemed a more than fair price to pay for the key. Closed my eyes and thought, ha, I know just the story. How did it begin? Ask Esmel. Learn and tell how a girl can. Okay, how did it begin? One night, a young girl was walking alone in the forest. And then she was out hunting for bugs. What was next again? She caught a beetle and painted it gold. The fragments I remembered seemed about right. I had a rough handle on how the ending would go. I took a breath and began my tale. One night a young girl was walking alone in the forest. She was out hunting for bugs. She caught a beetle and painted it gold. Next morning she set off into town to sell her catch. On her way there, she met some travelers and convinced them that the creature she carried was the fabled Beetle of Fortune. She sold it to them for an eye-watering price. Rich at last, the girl and her mother lived happily ever after. Look at the Irish, he's Serge. That girl's name wouldn't happen to be Kid, would it? My blood froze at the quiet threat in the voice behind me. What? I'm just making this up as I go along. Don't tell me you actually did all that stuff. The moment I turned around, I found my neck caught in Kid's hands. How did you find out? How? I couldn't answer. I couldn't even breathe. Braced myself for a slap across the cheek. But before it came, Grismeld called out to stop her. He whispered a few words in her ear and then handed her a small bag. Her eyes glinted like stars. She looked very pleased with herself indeed. Kid turned to me and McGill. Now, look at the Irish, right? Let's hurry and kill Lynx so we can have some more of this here tea. So Grismeld had won her around with his special blend. She must have really liked the stuff. But then again, it was just like her to have her head turned by next to nothing. Oh, and don't forget this, said Grismeld before she ran off without getting what we came for. The key, as promised. I took it from Grismeld's hand. And with that, we left the room. Or should I say, we were dragged out by a very excited kid. Okay, heading away from the armory, proceed on through, enter the kitchen. Okay. We left the room and took the left turn down the corridor. Followed it for a while before coming to an intersection. The way to the right ended with a staircase going up. The corridor also continued directly ahead, but the way was completely enshrouded in darkness. Atrium, catacomb, armory, kitchen gate. So yeah, straight. We pressed on. We followed the corridor for a while before coming across a small door. We've, look at the Irish. Get a whiff of that. Something smells good, whispered Kid, sniffing at the air. Kitchen, eat from the saucepan. Okay. Okay, so yes, we want to go inside. Went inside. We opened the door. Blimey, this is a small kitchen. Must be for the servants, commented McGill. I scanned our surroundings. Basin for washing dishes, cooking utensils, some food made ready for tomorrow, and a mousetrap. Looked like any other commoner's kitchen. Kid walked over to a large pot filled with food and peered inside. Looks like tomorrow's lunch. Want to try some, Serge? I was feeling hungry. Timidly, I peered into the pot. It looked like stew. It didn't smell bad at all. Almost inviting. I scooped some up with the ladle and brought it to my mouth. Gulp. It was delicious. This stuff's delicious. You should grab a bowl, kid, I urged between bites. Kid was looking at me again, staring at me intently, in fact, like she was searching for something. Look at the Irish. Well, you ain't going green or nothing. Guess it's safe. Alright, let's have a try. She licked her lips with anticipation and swiped my spoon right out of my hand. Fancy a taste, Mag? No. Kid grabbed a bowl from the nearby and began spooning out more. I did the same. We ate our fill and the stew was still warm and it felt as though the magic of fresh home cooking was easing my wounds somewhat. Suddenly a little voice rang out. You there? The young man with the braid. Kid froze. Oi, who are you calling a bloke? Kid barked angrily in the direction the voice was coming from. Mouse was looking at us with eyes like saucers, from the inside of a mousetrap hanging from the wall in the corner of the room. Oh, I am sorry. You're a young lady, I see. The mouse bowed its head in apology. Please, kind young lady, you must hear me out. Mouse put its paws together and stared pleadingly at Kid. I left the nest to find food for my mother, but as you can see, I managed to get myself caught in a trap. If you leave me here, I will surely be eaten by goblins. Kid eyed the little creature suspiciously. Eaten by goblins? Wait, that's Stu. Putting two and two together, Kid ran for the sink. I beg of you, please free me from this trap. Okay. My mother is sick and she'll be terribly worried about what has become of me. The mouse was clearly begging for its life, but there was also a little odd glint in its eye. Meanwhile, Kid was at the sink. Look at the Irish. I'm never gonna get that taste out of my mouth. I'll be buggered if I'm hanging around here any longer. Kid had returned from the sink, only to stamp off toward the door. She was looking very green around the gills. Kindly young lady, I don't suppose you could free me first? You got yourself into this mess, you can sort it out yourself. Kid all but spat on the ground as she left the room. Mouse's eyes welled up as it looked at me. Young man, please, you're my only hope. I freed the mouse. Fine. Unable to bear it staring at me anymore with those pleading eyes, I lifted down the cage and opened the door. The mouse bounded happily out from inside. Mouse gave a wicked chuckle. You poor naive fool. Suddenly its body began to balloon massively in size. Oi, Serge, what are you doing in? Kid stopped in horror the moment she opened the door. Bugger me, a griffin! The enormous creature stared balefully down at us. Idiot humans! My mother is not sick, but yours will be when she sees what I've done to you. Good going, Serge. You're a bloody liability, you are. Oof. Okay, maybe I made a mistake, but she didn't have to rub it in like that. Griffin gave an almighty cry and leapt right at us. His sharp talons sliced through me. Duck. Caught off guard, I did my best to dodge the attack, but the blow never came. As the griffin suddenly lost its balance, it came crashing to the ground. Oh, bother. I'm too hungry to even fight properly. What on earth? I breathed a sigh of relief, running a hand down my chest. Alright, little mouse. Now it's time for the real show to begin. Or no. Look at the Irish. Alright, little mouse. Now it's time for the real show to begin. Kid walked up to the griffin, cracking her knuckles. Please, kindly young lady. This is all a misunderstanding, a terrible misunderstanding. Panicking, the creature leapt to its feet. You can't kill me. I have useful information. If you let me go, I promise I'll tell you everything I know. Everything. Yeah, I know how much a promise from the likes of you is worth. Kid took another step toward the griffin, not skipping a beat. Right, but please. Kid kept on coming. The griffin kept on shrinking away. Enough. McGill called for Kid to stop. Let's hear it. Oh, thank you, kind sir. The griffin was beside itself with relief. Look at the Irish. Spoil my fun, why don't you? Grumbled Kid, pouting as she turned away. Listen well, O merciful Saviour. Right? Ooh. I almost feel like I want to write this down. Right, 3, left, 2, right, 2. Listen well, O merciful Saviour. Right thrice, left twice, right twice. Should you find yourself trapped in one of Lynx's swirling snares, remember my words. With that, the griffin returned to its mouse-like form and disappeared into a small hole in the wall. Motherfucker, he can turn into a... Luck of the Irish, trapped in Lynx's snares. Ha! As if I'd be thick enough to walk into one of his traps. Let's get out of here. We've wasted enough time already. Kid turned on her heel and made for the door. We left the kitchen. Okay, go up the stairs and proceed ahead. Leaving the room behind us, we took a right turn down the corridor, followed it for a while, coming to an intersection, go back up the staircase. Master suit ended at the foot of some stairs. Kid taking the lead, we started climbing the narrow staircase. When we reached the top, we found ourselves in a long corridor. We continued on. Followed the corridor, eventually reaching a fork in the path. Go back to the atrium with the fountain, or going straight would take us to the old sturdy door. Want to go to the old sturdy door. Continue straight. Continue down the corridor, eventually reaching an old, rather sturdy looking door. Look at the Irish, right? Key we got from that creepy old goblin should do the trick. Kid slipped the key into the lock. The heavy door groaned slightly as it slowly swung open. Clammy air rose up around our feet as if crawling blindly through the darkness. This didn't seem like the kind of place anyone in their right mind would visit voluntarily. We pushed the heavy iron door the rest of the way open and stepped into the darkness. There was a row of cells, all locked behind iron bars. 1, 2. Oh, Gulliver, Melgid, Zorada, forgive me, please, please, forgive me. Heard a voice from the third cell, whimpering and crying pathetically. Strained my eyes to look inside. Faintly in the darkness I could see something that looked like a man sitting on the floor. But this was the source of the voice. Oi, you alright there, mate? Kid called out to the figure. Forgive me. It's all my fault. It's my fault. The dragoons never deserved this. General, Lady Riddell, oh, forgive me, I beg of you. The old man didn't seem to respond to us at all. He only sat facing the wall, begging for forgiveness. Who knew what? Look at the Irish. Hello, can you hear me? Asked Kid, trying again. There'll be no getting through to him. His real self will have long since retreated inside the shell he has created, said McGill, cutting her off. Shell? What do you mean? I asked. He has built a shell around the core of his psyche in order to shield himself from the truth. He is running from something terrible. He has seen something, or been through something, or has done something. And so he has created his own world on the inside as a final refuge, the outside world lost to him. I looked at McGill in surprise. I had detected a hint of unspoken sadness in his words. And for some reason, he was looking at Kid, watching over her as she stared at the man in the cell. Seeming to notice my gaze, Gil turned back to face me, assuming his usual emotionless expression once more.
We live in a world of sorrow and foolishness. It's only inevitable that some would try to escape it. But despite his hard words, his eyes retained a certain softness, his steely gaze giving way to a gentle light. Do you understand? Tell McGill that his explanation makes sense to you. I think so. I gave a slightly evasive answer. You seem confused. I don't blame you. You'll come to understand eventually. McGill looked at me and Kid. Huh? What was all that about, I wondered? Look at the Irish. We're not gonna get much out of him. He's miles away. Let's just leave him be and try someplace else. Kid made for the door of the dungeon. Wait, called McGill. We must find some way to get this man to speak. What for? I mean, he's speaking already, just none of it makes sense. What are you after? Some things he said piqued my curiosity. He mentioned the Dragoons, and Riddell too. So, you said the Dragoons are ancient history. Or no. Luck of the Irish. So, you said the Dragoons are ancient history, snapped Kid. Besides, how can we trust anything he says? He's clearly off his rocker. She had a point. The old man had long since cut his ties to the real world. What did McGill expect him to say? Without missing a beat, McGill replied, We simply have to bring him back to reality. And how are we going to do that? You want me to go in and do a little dance for him or something? See if I can get his motor running? Say nothing. I knew if I said anything, I'd get nothing but the earful of a lifetime in return, so I clamped my hands over my mouth to save myself. Apparently, most definitely, an adult type of dance. There, Gravy. Look at the Irish. What are you playing at, Serge? Kid seemed unimpressed. Whew, that was a close one. I don't think that would work, said McGill dryly. Kid's fist flew straight toward his face. But McGill shifted his leg effortlessly and avoided the attack and continued. We must break through the shell he has created and drag him back to the real world. And in order to do that, we will need some kind of key. Something that will reach him even through the barrier he has erected. Yeah, and where are we going to find this key? Asked Kid suspiciously. I don't know, came McGill's simple answer. But there is someone in this manor who can tell us. Luck of the Irish, you don't mean... You're not talking about Riddell, are you? I am, he replied with a nod. Alright, fine. Don't know what the heck you expect her to tell us, though. Kid turned on her heel and made for the door. We left the gibbering old man in the dungeon alone with his sorrow. I followed Kid and McGill back into the corridor. After making our way down the dark corridor, we came to a branch of the path. The path to the right would take us to the atrium. Gotta go to the atrium, because we're going all the way back to Riddell's bedroom. But yeah, atrium. We pressed on, soon the entrance to the atrium came into view.
This is a JRPG, so there's a strong chance this would be problematic. You are not wrong, Gravy. Not wrong at all. And we arrived back in the atrium. The exit leading to Lynx's and Riddell's room gaped ominously from the exit leading to Lynx's and Riddell's rooms gaped ominously from across the cavernous space. Go across the atrium, proceed through the passageway. Right, okay. So, continue forward. Forward march. Leaving the atrium behind us, we immediately found ourselves at a fork in the path. To the right was the passage with some stairs leading upward, dark passageway, so not the stairs. Continued the path. Left the atrium and continued down the path ahead. Eventually, we came across an ornate door on the right-hand side. It was Riddell's room, Lynx's daughter. We went inside. Found ourselves in a tidy welcoming room. Knickknacks and curios dotted around the place seemed to be well loved. Stately dice, cozy looking beds suggest no stranger to luxury. Felt awfully lonely. Is someone there? I need more tea. Okay. Is someone there? Came the voice of a young woman. We shrank into the shadows. The woman appeared from deeper within the room. She was lightly made up and had a gentle, unthreatening air about her. It was Lynx's daughter. Strange. I'm sure I heard someone. I was at a loss at what to do for a moment, but before I had time to do much more than hold my breath, the kid had already darted over and thrust her knife out, stopping the blade only a hair's breadth from the woman's neck. Fuck of the Irish, where's the frozen flame? Answer me. Her voice came out in a harsh growl. I rushed in to hold Kid back before she hurt the poor woman. Kid, do we really have to do it this way? Shut your trap, Surge. Riddell couldn't help but giggle as she watched us bickering. What are you laughing at? Kid shot Riddell a harsh look. It's just, you don't seem like thieves at all. You want me to cut you, girl? I'd be surprised that knight could cut anything. For a moment, I felt faint, imagining Riddell on the floor, covered in blood. But then, clang. Kid had thrown her knife to the floor, and I saw that it was only a letter opener. Huh, didn't think you noticed. Whatever, I'm not here to mess around killing the likes of you anyway. I have no desire for bloodshed either, said Riddell in a voice that was almost a whisper. I am not your enemy. In fact, I want to help you. There wasn't a hint of hesitation or deception in her voice. Let me guess, you're trapped in the manor too? Riddell only lowered her eyes. Wrong one. Hang on. Irish. Look at the Irish. Let me guess, you're trapped in the manor too? Riddell only lowered her eyes sadly in response to Kid's question. The frozen flame should never have been allowed to fall in Lynx's hands. Riddell spoke quietly, but deep emotion clearly underpinned her words. The flame was once the property of an ancient kingdom to the north, who kept it for generations. It was said to have the uncanny power to guide people and change history itself. After the kingdom fell, the flame changed hands countless times, till eventually it came into my father's possessions. That was before I was born. Sometime later, Lynx became aware of the flame's true value and approached my father under the false pretenses of friendship. Not a soul suspected what his true intentions were. And then on that horrible day, he destroyed everything. He killed everything. Adele shook her head and then buried her face in her hands. I don't care about the frozen flame. I don't care about that stupid accursed stone. It means nothing to me. I just want to take it away from Lynx and smash it to pieces right in front of him. And only we can make that happen. Adele looked up with... Huh? Okay, and only we can make that happen. Adele looked up in surprise as McGill spoke. No one else in the world can seize that jewel of us. Adele stared, speechlessly, and then in a low voice she whispered, "What can I do to help you?" There's a survivor of the Acacia Dragoons in the dungeon we want to help. And if we're to help him, we need your help," said McGill, taking a step forward. What? That man is a traitor. It's because of him that Father, that Zoronda. Please, it's the only way. Acacia. Oh, okay. Acacia. I shall endeavor to remember this. You're talking to the guy who, for the longest time in the world, pronounced Maleficent as Maleficent. So, yeah. But I'll try. Adele turned her back to us and hung her head low. The Chamber of Death. There might be something to bring him back to his senses there. After all, it was there that he chose to abandon his pride, his life. I assume the Chamber of Death must be the cell with the trapped ceiling. Riddell nodded. Luck of the Irish. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem, started Kid. That thing damn near killed us last time. You will need to take the Einlanzer with you. It is a sacred sword said to have been forged by an ancient sage, and a sister blade to the crimson-cursed Masamune. The timeless beings of the Einlanzer will surely keep you safe from the Chamber of Death's wickedness. It used to be such a sight to see it in the hands of Zoronda. It danced with the wind, shone like the stars, and struck like lightning. Lost in memory of fonder times, Riddell once more bowed her head. Forgive me, I have little more to tell you. Forgive me, I have little more to tell you. You've told us more than enough. We'll take our leave now, McGill said, turning and making for the door. I wish I had the strength to change things like you do, whispered Riddell, biting her lip. Kid hesitated for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Look at the Irish, it ain't about strength, it's about having a purpose, something to fight for. I will be praying for you. Kid shot Riddell a look over her shoulder. Great, maybe you can cross your fingers too? We left the room. No biggie, not really important to be honest. Oh no, I I like to try to pronounce things correctly. So I appreciate any time someone has correct pronunciations for me. Especially because if it's some sort of foreign word, if I can get it right the first time, it makes me all giddy inside. Especially people's names. Like, if I can get a name right the first time, chef kiss. The passage outside the room continued to our left and our right. Going right would take us to Lynx's room. Meanwhile, going left would get us to the atrium and another branch. Left. Continue down the corridor until we reach the intersection. Need to go up the stairs. Take the left passage toward the stairs leading upward. Passage to the stairway was short. Kid leading the way, we climbed up the stairs, found another intersection. Then in with the large door, left to the terrace. So we go left to the terrace. Keep going. Fall in the corridor. Short way, ancient looking door again on our right. Open the door. In we go. Kid stilled her breath and reached for the handle. Door wasn't locked. It swung slowly open. The room was completely silent, and there was no sign of life. Look at the Irish. There it is. Our ticket for not getting turned into mincemeat. The ancient sword was right where Kid had left it after pulling it out of that pile of junk. She ran over to where it lay. Looking down at the sword, McGill muttered, Two ancient blades, the sacred Einlanzer and the cursed Masamune. What are you on about, Mag? Do you know something about this Master Mune? McGill said nothing. Well, it seems to mean something to you. It does. Uh-huh. Something to do with old friends I don't know about. Not exactly. An enemy, then? Not exactly. You're being weird, Mag. Well, whatever. Oi, numbnuts, grab this thing for me, will ya? I was standing by the doorway when Kid called over to me. Who, me? Yeah, you. Or were you gonna make me lug that bloody thing around the palace? I'm just a scrawny little girl, ain't I? Call yourself a gentleman. Swallow your pride and pick up the sword. My jaw dropped. I knew there was nothing I could say to her. Silently, I walked over to Kid and picked up the sword like I was told. Whoa! I nearly fell over that thing. That thing was heavy. Good boy. Right, off to the Chamber of Death. Eyes on the prize, lads. Dragging the sword behind me, I followed Kid out of the room. The door led back to the corridor, blah blah blah, left, right. Right led toward the depths of the manor, went back to the terrace. We want to go right. Continuing on down the corridor, we came to a rather street looking door on our left, blah blah blah, don't care. Stairway leading upward. Continued on. Corridor ended at the foot of some stairs. In the lead, we headed upwards. A dark stairwell, narrow deal. We watched our footing carefully. Old study door loomed in darkness above. Enter the torch. Okay. We went inside. Well, this place is just as creepy as I remember. Lovely, grumbled the kid. She was looking at the stains on the wall. The ceiling had been pulled back up, but that was no reason to believe it might not come grinding down again at any moment. Bearing in mind what Riddell had told us the room was called, it certainly wasn't somewhere we wanted to linger. Quickly, hissed McGill before crouching and examining the ground for clues. Kid and I crouched down too. What were we even looking for, though? What could the old man have left in this room that would help us bring him back to reality? Flagstones on the floor were smeared in a black gooey substance that gave off an odd, rotten aroma. Shook my head, trying to drive an uncomfortable thought from my mind. Kid saw me and clearly wasn't doing much better herself. She slowly turned, positioning herself so she was facing away from the stains on the wall. There was no point in thinking like that. I just had to try. But then the door slammed shut and the gears ground to life. Here we bloody go again. We have to stop it. If we don't deal with the trap, we'll never find what we're looking for. The ceiling sank lower and lower. We ducked our heads, desperately trying to avoid the blaze that jutted out from the bottom. The kid looked at me and screamed, the sword! Use the Einlanzer! What? How do you use a sword? Plunge the sword into the ground. There! I drove the sword into the ground with all my might. Shock ran through the room. Beams of light scattered from the blade, covering the floor and walls, then racing upward. The ceiling gave an almighty judder, then stopped. We made it. I sank to the floor helplessly, my heart racing. Look at the Irish, hey? What's that? Kid was pointing at a part of the wall. It was where we'd seen the message written in blood. Guess we found what we were looking for. Part of the wall had collapsed, revealing a cavity behind what had looked like a piece of solid stone. Inside, I could see something glinting faintly in the darkness. Kid reached in with her fingertips, carefully extracting whatever it was from within. It was a slender ring with a delicately engraved design that looked like overlapping ferns. The ring was adorned with several small rubies in a pattern that resembled a bunch of grapes. The crest of Acacia. This must be an Acacian signet. Kid put the ring on her middle finger, where it sat uneasily. It didn't seem to be her size. The rubies gave off an eerie glint. Right, let's not spend any more time in here than we have to. We'd managed to foil the trap and retrieve the Acacian signet. I left Einlanzer where it stood, and we exited the room. That sucks. That's a legendary sword. Wish we could have kept it. Kid and lead, we headed downstairs. Went down the corridor, continued straight ahead, sturdy looking door. Okay, so now proceed to the terror, enter the ballroom. Hold up one sec. Oh, Okay. So we gotta go that route. So we continue forward. Go down the corridor towards the terrace. Continue on. Terrace came into view. Keep following the corridor. Took the corridor leading from the left-hand side of the terrace, eventually arriving at an intersection with some stairs. Path to the right led down. Okay, so this point, it wants to go to the ballroom, which would be straight ahead right now. So continue onward. We continued onward past where the stairs and the side passage emerged into a main corridor. Found ourselves in front of some ornate double doors. Enter the thing. Okay. We went inside. Kid gently pushed the heavy doors open and peeked inside. Doesn't look like anyone's in here. It seemed to be in the main hall of the manor. There was a massive table, beautiful decorations on the walls, and thick columns decorated with sculptures of birds and beasts. Fixed on the wall in the back towered a tremendous pipe organ like a burnished black mountain. Dozens of candles provided a dim, flickering light, set in the corners of the room, dancing in and out of the shadow. Several enormous portraits glowered down from high on the wall. Were these members of Lynx's family? I was busy staring at a painting depicting a young husband and wife when I realized that their eyes had turned to look right at me. Oh, fuck. Why? Why would you do that? Okay, they had it. Don't worry, this isn't about to turn into some dumb ghost story. It just looked that way because of the way the flickering light of the candles reflected against the glossy oil paints. Obviously. Probably. Look at the Irish. This place gives me the creeps, and get a load of all those ugly mugs. There's nothing for us here. Let's look elsewhere. Neither McGill nor I had any objections. Left the hall and returned to the corridor. Okay. So now we go down the stairs through the atrium. Down the stairs. Slowly go downstairs, yada yada yada. Atrium. Arrived back in the atrium on the other side, accidentally pressed on. Didn't mean to click that fast. Went through the atrium and continued down the corridor before finding ourselves at a fork in the road. The corridor stretched off to the left and right. Right, we want to go to the dungeon. So we went left toward the dungeon. Continued down the corridor, eventually reaching an old, rather sturdy-looking door. This place again. I'd hoped this is the last time I'd have to come here. We went inside. Having retrieved the Acacian signet, we returned to the old man's cell. As soon as we got there, Miguel took a step forward and grabbed onto the bars. They creaked and groaned as he heaved at them, gritting his teeth as he summoned every ounce of his might. Slowly, they bowed apart. Stepped into the cell through the gap, and Kid and I followed. The old man was exactly as we had left him, staring into space and muttering meaningless words. Kid walked over to him and crouched down. She grabbed him by the collar and yelled at him. Look at the Irish, wakey wakey, Grandad. We've got a few questions for you. Here, get an eyeful of this. Ring any bells, Kid waved the occasion signet in his face, shaking him roughly all the while. The old man's head lolled as he limply allowed himself to be manhandled. I stepped between them and tried to stop her. Tried to get between Kid and the old man. She glared at me. Son of a bitch. Hang on one second. I gotta clear my throat real quick, guys. Alright. I think I'm alright now. Might have to lay off of the accents a little bit. She glared at me. You're in the way, Serge. We're here for answers, remember? But if you really want to help him, you can't chicken out now. Look at him. There's no helping him anymore, surely. This all ended for him a long time ago. I would not be so certain. This is not over. It still means something, he said. He has simply decided to pretend not to see it. Yeah, but he's... It's not over, you say. Struck by the man's sudden interruption, we all turned to look at him. Faint glimmer of light had returned to his once vacant eyes. That's right. None of this is over until we make leaks pay. His eyes began to cloud once more. So my former allies have finally come for me. I am to blame. Because of my indiscretion that the frozen flame was stolen, and that all of the Acacian dragoons, only I remain here in the mountain. But now all is well, for you have returned. Oh, Melkid and Zoronda, where have you been all this time? Did you all return to Lake Stoic? Never mind all that, Granddad. Where's the frozen flame? Give us a clue, anything. Come on, out with it. I couldn't decide if Kid sounded more annoyed or more desperate. Frozen flame. The old man looked momentarily confused, and then a wan smile crossed his face. My word, Lady Rid. It has been far too long since the last I had the pleasure. Why, you only need to turn the third candlestick from the left as you enter the main hall. That will open the underground vault, as you know. Oh, really? I'm gonna write that down. Third candle from left. That's kind of important. Like, I know I have a guide here, but I'm also like writing it down at the same time because now I'm actually kind of figuring out where everything's located. Like I got a good mental map going. Kid wrapped her arms around the old man and held him tight. And then in a trembling voice she whispered, look at the Irish. I'm sorry. Promise we'll get it back. Uh, Man recoiled in horror and then began to sob once more.
I am to blame. It's all my fault. Forgive me. Forgive me.
Look, if you want to get out of here, now's your chance. But it was no use. He was too busy cowering and wailing to hear me. Or no. Look, if you want to get out of here, now's your chance. It was no use. He was too busy cowering and wailing to hear me. We're done here, Serge. We can't help him. And there's things we need to be doing. Thank you. I whispered to the old man before following Kid and McGill out of the dungeon. Okay. Old man violently blah blah blah. Optional. Use this and go to Lynx's quarters. Back. Oh, okay, so yeah, we'll go that way. Quarter to thing, take us back to the atrium. Let's go to the atrium. Pressed on, soon the entrance of the atrium came into view. Continued on. Continued along the path ahead. Left the atrium, kept going down. Adele's room. We continued on our way. Going down, immaculately polished door. Lynx's room. Went inside. Kid opened the door and slipped inside. Let me think here. Look at the Irish. So this is where you've been hiding, Lynx, yelled the Kid as she barged into the room. What? Is Lynx here? I followed after her, panicking. I looked around to see no one else but us. Where is he? Kid was just standing there, clearly not in any danger at all. It was a joke, you idiot. Oh, the strength drained from my body. Thought I was serious, did ya? Chuckled Kid, trying not to laugh too hard. Oh, I bet you wish you were living the easy life rather than traipsing around after me, eh? Your face. I ignored her and walked over to the mirror draped with a red silk cloth. Hi there. Sorry about all the noise. The statue of Venus in the mirror giggled back at me. That's quite alright, Serge. What is your desire? Came her husky alto. Nothing much. Just thought I'd check up on you since I was here. You mustn't say such things. Your friends will become envious. She giggled mischievously. You what? said Kid, her voice completely flat. And why would I be envious? Please, there is no need to get upset. I have a gift for you. Oh yeah? Yes. Well, one might call it that. You see, I thought you might be interested to see what it is like inside the mirror. Look at the Irish. Wait, so you're inviting us into the realm of mirrors? Kid's interest was suddenly piqued. It won't take up much of your time. Come, Kid, step inside. The surface of the mirror rippled like water. Kid reached her hand toward the glass, then hesitated. She deliberated for a moment before finally pulling it back. You go first, Serge. Look at the Irish. You go first, Serge. You're her favorite. Are you sure? Kid nodded, and filled with excitement, I pressed my hands to the mirror. The surface was cool like water on my fingertips. No, Serge, you mustn't. Suddenly, cracks formed in the glass. I gasped. What's happening? The statue in the mirror was weeping. I wish you weren't so trusting. You forget that I serve Lynx. What? I blurted out. I meant to trap you and your friends. The cracks in the mirror grew bigger, splintering off into more and smaller cracks. And that is not all. I foresaw your coming long ago, and warned Lynx of it. But why? You were imposed here by Lynx, weren't you? Sighed McGill. The statue of Venus nodded mournfully. He sealed the path to mirrors beyond, preventing me from leaving the manor. Were someone to shatter all the mirrors within the manor's walls, I would be doomed. I would vanish, separated from my siblings forever. Eventually, the statue raised its head. But I cannot stand to be at his mercy anymore. Cracks deepened further, and shards of glass began to fall to the floor. Stop! I can't let you do this! I yelled, grabbing the mirror frame with both hands. This is what I want. Lynx will not suffer me to live after betraying him, said the image in the mirror, looking at me. But why are you trying to help us? Will that be your final question, Serge? Something in its voice felt like the trace of a smile. Very well. The truth is, And just then, the mirror finally split from top to bottom. The image's lips moved gently, but no words came. I tried to scream, but I could do little more than whimper. I took a shard of glass from the floor and gripped it tightly in my hand. Look at the iris, Serge. Behind me, Kid was softly calling my name. I gave a slight nod and slowly turned around. Let's go. As we left the room, I turned to look back at the... As we left the room, I turned to look back one last time. My eyes coming to rest on the remains of the mirror. I'd never be able to hear her voice again. I turned around and left the room. Corridor stretched out beyond the door. Okay, so towards the ballroom again. So back up the stairs. Kid stopped in her tracks, her senses clearly tingling. Miguel and I were right behind her and immediately realized that something was very wrong. We could hear a faint whispering as if a spell were being cast. And a faint light was emanating from a monster sitting crouched on the flagstones ahead. Hang on one sec. A long, bony finger traced strange shapes on the tiles. A demon. Went for my knife. Made a dash to one side of it, lifted my dagger as I went. Tore through the creature's paper-thin skin. But it was only a flesh wound. Bloody thing's laughing at us. And it was, too, chuckling maniacally in a way that made me deeply uneasy. Raised my knife again and prepared myself for the worst. My eyes met the demon's, and it was then that I saw it. There was a twinkle behind them. Couldn't tear my gaze away. Its chuckle grew to a belly laugh as it peered into the very depths of my soul. Just then, just like that, it had uttered a few words and melted into the shadows. For seconds it had towered over us, now not a trace of it remained. What was that all about? Why would it disappear mid-fight? Look at the Irish. Guess they had someplace else to be. Kid gave a shrug, doing her best at least to feign indifference. But I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had filled me, and peered uneasily at the darkness into which the vile creature disappeared. I was doing great. I felt like nothing could stop me. Not bad at all. Didn't know you had it in you. Yeah. Okay, take the stairs up and head left. Continue on our way. Stairs going up. Ballroom should be to the left now. Oh no, they're coming for me. Toward the main hall? No. Okay, so yeah, I mean, well, there's study and then there's terrace, so it's gotta be that one. To the main hall. Continuing on past where the stairs, the side of the passage emerged to the main corridor, found ourselves in front of ornate double doors, main hall of the manor. Went inside. Kid pushed open the heavy door as quietly as she could and peered inside. Like the coast is clear, stepped into the main hall. Dozens of candles provided dim flickering lights, and out corners shadow dancing shadow. The great hall filled with the heavy silence. Silence unbroken, or actually, yeah, this is all new text. Dozens of candles provided a dim flickering light set in the corner of the room, dancing in and out of shadow. The great hall was filled with a heavy silence. Silence unbroken save for the ticking of a large clock that slowly counted the passage of time, as if waiting for something. Several portraits glared down at us with cold eyes. We moved through the feeble glow of the candles. "Look at the Irish, third candlestick from the left," whispered Kid. "1, 2, 3, there." She reached out towards it, held my breath as I watched. "Say your prayers, Lynx. We're coming for you." Kid turned the candlestick. The room trembled with a sudden rhythmic rumbling sound, as if a massive gear was turning. "What's that? What's that?" For a moment, I felt a strange sensation as if I was floating. Do you feel that?" I started to stagger. The entire room seems to be moving downward. Came the reply from McGill. Couldn't quite believe it, but I also couldn't deny the feeling of downward motion. The main hall was sinking into the earth. And then another rumble. The room's descent rapidly accelerated. Cold sweat dripped from my back. Heart filled with a mixture of fear and anticipation. What was waiting for us down there? Frozen flame. A prize at the end of this little adventure. What was it really? Would it live up to our expectations? I tightened my fists, which were slick with sweat. What were Kid and McGill thinking? The room remained veiled in silence. As if in response to my thoughts, a quiet voice came from next to me. Sometimes it was Kid. Looked over to see her standing stiffly, staring forward with her hands clenched into fists. "Look at the iris. Sometimes I feel like I'm stuck in a losing battle. A fight I'll never win, no matter what I do." It was a side of her I'd never witnessed before. Even from this angle, I could see fear and doubt flickering across her face. Felt a tender sting in my heart. Just back her up. We'll win, I promise. There's nothing to worry about. We'll win in the end, I promise. Drago. She gave a gentle smile. "Can't promise anything in this world, Serge. There's no guarantees. But thanks, anyway." She grinned again, seemed a little embarrassed, then looked me straight in the eye. And then I had the strangest sensation. This wasn't Kid. Or not the only Kid, anyway. I was overwhelmed by the inexplicable oddness of the idea. She noticed immediately, of course, and our little moment was over. The Kid I knew was back in the room. "Trying to catch flies, mate." Sorry. It's just that for a moment there, felt like you were someone else." "What are you on about?" Kid gave me a confused look, tilting her head. "It must be because we're drawing near the frozen flame." McGill's voice, soft as ever, slipped unbidden from the shadows. Look at the Irish, eh?" What the heck are you two on about? Kid turned towards him with another puzzled frown. There is another self within you, struggling against the pull of the abyss. But what had she been talking about? A crash split the silence as if we collided with something. Skrrrch! A loud metallic scraping filled the air. The room rocked and finally came to a halt. Look at the Irish. Looks like the end of the line. I'll change. The swelling grandeur of the organ suddenly filled the air. No one had so much as touched it, yet the keys and pedals were moving by themselves. The melody it played was both unsettling and sad. Funeral tune, is it? Way to greet your guests. Kid took a long stride forward, then turned to face me and McGill. Come on, let's go. McGill and I gently nodded our assent. Kid grinned and then turned back to the door. I'm coming for you, Lynx. This is the end for you. And with that, she led us from the hall. Continued down a long, dark corridor, the walls slick with condensation. The air was thick and heavy, as though ripe with the stench of death. Were we really getting close to Lynx's hidden vault at last? And was there any turning back now, for any of us? There was something strange about Kid that night. McGill didn't seem his usual self either. To begin with, it was vanishingly rare for him to speak so much, let alone show any kind of emotion. What happened to make them change like that? Unable to take the silence anymore, I decided to speak. I had to ask the question that had been on my mind all this time. What is the frozen flame? Is the frozen flame really just a jewel? There was only silence in return. And then, when it seemed like no one would reply at all, McGill spoke. His low voice echoed in the corridor. It is a sacred stone that cures all ills, heals all wounds, and grants eternal life. Or some still believe. In truth, it is part of a tremendous rock that fell from the skies long, long ago. That rock was the source of a hitherto unknown power, with which mankind's hidden potential was unlocked. You could say that it was humanity's dreams made manifest. But it's not always good to have one's dreams come true. Many were bewitched by that great power. Some were led astray by it. It even led to a kingdom's ruin. A kingdom once prosperous, yet now little more than fragments and dust. Its name lost to history. For a moment, I thought I heard a hint of pain and sadness in McGill's voice. But maybe it was just my nerves. Wait, how do you know all this, McGill? He said nothing. He only stared at me with his piercing dark eyes, and then continued onward in silence. For a while, the only sound of the footsteps echoed in the corridor. And then Kid gave a doubtful humph. Look at the Irish. Look, I don't know if all that stuff about the frozen flame is true or not. It's neither here nor there for me. She raised a fist. We're here to settle the score with Lynx by nicking the thing. That's all I know, and that's all I want to know. What had Link seen in the frozen flame? Why had it been worth risking so much for? We trudged on down the dark passageway, each of us alone with our own thoughts. Concentrating on my footsteps lessened the burden of my worries somewhat, and I felt a renewed vigor, to a degree. Suddenly, McGill stopped in his tracks. Wait. Huh? Kid turned around, puzzled. Just then, a powerful light surged across the floor, and a ring-shaped sigil appeared. Damn it. Blood circle. Kid and McGill were at least quick enough to try to jump clear, but they weren't quite quick enough. The three of us were trapped in the center of a circle of blinding light. Sigil rotated left and right, with us at the center, cutting off all routes of escape. We're trapped. A wall of heat and wind blew up around us, and swirling lines and spirals of light assailed us wherever we turned. Don't let the light mesmerize you. Cover your eyes, McGill shouted, raising his hand over his mask. Turn with the light, not against it. There has to be a way out. What? I barely even understand what's going on. Kid's elbow brushed against the wall of light surrounding us, sending sparks. Be careful. Merely to touch it is more than enough to harm you. Stay well back. I slowly turned my body to follow the movements of the ring of light, looking for a gap to escape. Right 3, left 2, right 2. Turned right 3 times. 3 steps to the right. There, I see it. That's our way through. I found a gap in the wall of light and carefully walked through it. Kid, McGill, this way. Managed to get out of the barrier unscathed. But we weren't out of the woods yet. There was still another wall of light with a great wind in front of us. Slowly turned my body looking for the gap. Left twice. Turned left twice. 2 steps to the left. There, I see it. That's our way out. Found a gap in the wall of light and carefully walked through it. Kid, McGill, this way. Managed to get through the barrier unscathed. But we weren't out of the woods yet. There was still another wall of light swirling with a great wind in front of us. Right twice. Right twice. 2 steps to the right. There, I see it. That's our way through. I found a gap in the wall of light and carefully walked through it. Kid McGill, this way. Suddenly, my body felt light, and I staggered 2 or 3 steps forward. We're back in the deserted passageway we had been walking down before the blood circle had appeared. The sigil had vanished from the floor, and everything was silent, as if nothing had ever been amiss. And then I looked up. Look at Iris, looks like we finally made it, boys. Kid strolled on up to the door with a wicked grin on her face. The true frozen flame awaits. McGill's eyes gave a glint from behind his mask, like glass catching moonlight in the darkness of night. Look at Iris, let's go. Kid reached for the handle. So, this is the place, huh? Kid narrowed her eyes, straining to see our surroundings in the darkness. A vast pitch-black expanse surrounded us whichever way we looked. It was as if we'd entered an impossibly vast cave. We were in a place forgotten by time, unknown to the world, hidden deep within the bowels of night. I don't trust the masked dude. I have a theory about who the masked dude is, but I'm not going to say anything yet. A gentle crimson light hovered in the darkness. The frozen flame. Look at the Irish. Alright, now it's ours. The light of the flame ebbed and waned gently as if responding to Kid's voice. What the heck is this place? There's mountains of bloody rubble everywhere. McGill took a step further into the room and said in a whisper that was almost a groan, "No, can't be." Ah, but it is. The ruins of the lost kingdom of mages. The voice drifted down through the darkness from above. Kid looked up in shock. Lynx, I'll kick your flea-bitten arse so hard you'll kiss the moon. Kid pulled her knife from her belt and threw it as hard as she could. It fell to the floor with a clang as if knocked out of the air by some unseen hand. Still the same impetuous child as ever, I see. That's no way to greet an old friend. Look at the Irish, smarmy bastard. Kid gritted her teeth with rage. And you, Shadow Dweller. And you, Shadow Dweller. I'll have none of your tricks this time. You must think me a fool if you believe I'll fall for that again. McGill, who had been quietly slipping into the darkness that surrounded us, stopped dead in his tracks. So, this was the infamous Lynx. Lord of this deadly manor, man who had murdered the closest thing Kid had to a family, who had assassinated General Viper and eradicated the order of the Acacia Dragoons. A pleasure as always, my dear Kid, and I must say, you followed the trail of breadcrumbs I laid for you admirably closely, my greedy little sneak thief. What in the bloody... She stepped forward, bristling. Lynx narrowed his eyes as his lips twisted into a snarl. You know what I want, Kid. Give me the stone you carry. The stone? Did Kid have some kind of jewel I didn't know about? Look at the Irish. Don't know what you're on about, mate. She just managed to recover her composure, narrowing her eyes scornfully at her old foe. Spare me the child, or spare me the act, child. I know that you have it. I know she gave it to you. Hand over the time egg. Now. The what? Whatever it was, I'd never heard of it. You're dreaming if you think I'll give it to the likes of you, Kid shot back. That's all I have left. Look at the Irish. You're dreaming if you think I'll give it to the likes of you, Kid shot back. That's all I have left of her. I'll never let it go. Not for anyone, and definitely not for you. I'll tell you what's gonna happen, you bastard. First, I'm gonna take that frozen flame. and then I'm gonna ram it down your throat.
Corrigible young fool. I was hoping this might be a civilized exchange. Alas, it seems my words will only fall on deaf ears, and you are determined to repeat your past errors.
Lynx moved his hand to grip the ornate golden saber that hung from his belt.
Last time I showed you mercy and let you leave with your life. That was a mistake, one which I mean to correct.
Surge, Luck of the Irish, Surge, McGill, stay back. Kid took a step forward, glaring at Lynx, her gaze unflinching. This ends here and now. You'll pay for all you've done. You'll pay for what you did to Luca. With a scream, Kid leapt into the air like a bird taking flight. Her foot lashed out with a scything kick aimed right at the side of Lynx's head. There was no contact. Where Lynx had been a mere moments before, now there was only empty space. Kid landed and immediately launched herself back into the air, putting the full force of her momentum into another kick. This time, Lynx leaned back, letting Kid's foot swing past by only a hair's breadth from his nose. Then, it was Lynx's turn. He lashed out with his saber, carving an arc through the air in front of him. Don't let the menus time down. Okay. Kid was ready for him, however, and had already jumped back to a safe distance. The two glared at each other from mere footsteps apart.
At least you have the decency to prepare a little better than last time,
Lynx purred. A red line appeared on Kid's cheek, slowly coalescing into a drop of blood. Kid. In a flash, she launched herself into yet another attack. Lynx dodged to the side and then made to strike her with the hilt of his saber. Kid moved awkwardly to avoid the attack, losing her footing. And then Lynx was on her like a bird of prey before she could fully recover. There was a gasp and a cough as Lynx drove his knee into the pit of her stomach. Kid collapsed. A steady stream of red dripped from her lips.
Will that be all, girl?
Lynx gave Kid a merciless kick to the side, sending her flying. She landed on a pile of rubble and brought her rolling until she hit the largest pillar. And there she lay, lifelessly still. Kid! Kid! I screamed her name as I charged towards Lynx, but McGill was there already. He flew through the darkness, part of the shadows, before crashing down on Lynx like a bolt from the blue. Lynx jumped back, and countless threads of light flew from his fingertips toward McGill. With a droning hum, the threads of light surrounded McGill, crossing over one another. They spread to form a lattice of light that gave off a blinding glare, and trapped McGill where he stood.
What is this?
McGill staggered and groaned, attempting to shield his eyes with his hands.
It's a simple enough spell, my shadowy friend, for those inclined to learn it, and one which, sadly for you, leaves no darkness in which to hide.
Lynx leered at McGill with a venomous grin.
You've been quite the thorn in my side. I'll let you live long enough to regret.
McGill struggled and groaned. I had to do something. Kid and McGill needed me. But what was I gonna do? Challenged Lynx. I charged at Lynx. I screamed as I rushed towards Kid's nemesis. And then in one fluid motion he spun around to face me, lashing out with his saber. I tried my best to dodge the blow, but the blade sliced into my body. Ugh. Collapsed in a heap and rolled down onto the rubble.
You aren't the first arrogant little street rat I've cut down, and you won't be the last.
His claw-like fingers clamped around my throat. Couldn't breathe. Tightening his grip, Lynx lifted me bodily until my feet were dangling in the air. I could feel his talons mercilessly digging deeper and deeper into my neck. Panic filled my mind.
Look, kid. See your friend, see him suffer. This is your doing. This is your hand around his neck.
Kid's breathing was ragged, and blood still dripped from her lips. Opening an eye, she groggily raised her head, but she couldn't get up. She didn't have the strength. Surge.
Give me the time egg. Do you even know what it is? I suspect not. Think of it as a concentrated pocket of space. With the frozen flame and time egg in hand, one can bend the fabric of space and time and rewrite the past. There are errors I mean to correct, mistakes in the past that must be set right.
Lynx's narrow, emotionless eyes returned to my face.
How long before he perishes, I wonder?
I struggled to breathe, but could only make choking sounds. Kid screamed my name.
Decide. Will you watch the boy die or relent? Does his life mean nothing to you?
I can't. She balled her hands into her fists and dropped her gaze. My vision started to fade. Then I heard her voice as she struggled to speak through the pain. I'm sorry, Serge, but I swore I'd sacrifice anything to stop Lynx. Don't worry about me. It was all I could do to force the words out past Lynx's icy grip. I was starting to black out. Was this really how it was going to end? Oh, for crying out... hang on. Luck of the Irish, oh, for crying out loud, fine. You win. Here, have your damn rock. Lynx's grip on my throat loosened. Oh, hi, Lyra. How are you doing? Yes, take our rock. Groaning with pain, Kid reached a shaky hand into her shirt.
I knew you would come around in the end.
Lynx threw my body to the ground and walked over toward her. Look at the Irish. Just shut up and take it, you bastard. It's all you deserve. And with all the strength she could muster, Kid lashed out at Lynx with her right hand. He leapt back in a desperate attempt to evade the blow. But it was too late. Kid's nails, sharp as cat's claws, raked mercilessly into his face. Lynx roared with pain. He staggered, clutching his left eye. Blood oozed through the gaps in his fingers.
You wretched little chit of a girl.
Lynx stood awkwardly, still clutching at the wound on his face. Hello. Been cleaning up and doing PT exercises, now just relaxing. I never played this, but is this related to Chrono Cross? So, number one, cleaning can be kind of fun sometimes. I find it therapeutic. And PT exercise is good on you there. You keep doing your working out. I was proud of you. And relaxing is perfectly awesome. I never played this, but is this related to Chrono Cross? So, this is Radical Dreamers, hang on, Le Trésor Interdit, or Radical Dreamers, The Forbidden Treasure. It is technically the prequel that lays the ground for Chrono Cross. Like, these are the events that happen right before Chrono Cross starts as a game. Far as I know, it wasn't released in the West back in the day, because these sort of novel-esque type experiences were not very popular in the West. But when they did the Chrono Cross Radical Dreamers edition, they attached Radical Dreamers to the Chrono Cross as a bundle. So yeah. Makes sense, makes sense. Exactly. Ugh, my damn voice is about ready to kill me, though. It's been a lot of fucking reading. Okay. The fingers of his free hand arched into furious talons as he walked back toward Kid, who still lay on the ground. I will kill you all. He kicked her hard, concentrating all his wrath and venom into the blow. Kid gasped as all the wind was knocked out of her, yet more blood ran from her mouth as her body rolled across the floor. Kid, I yelled hoarsely, clutching my burning throat with one hand. Lynx turned his head slowly to look at me, one eye fixing on me coldly as it came into view. He took one step toward me. Yes, perhaps it would be better to start with you. My dear Kid, rest assured that your friend's death will be the most elaborate and painful one. You will truly know what it means to suffer, boy. I will put you through the same suffering as I did that Luca woman. Kid's body stirred with shock and horror. Her eyes slowly opened, fixing on Lynx. They were wild eyes, stained with the blood that poured from her brow. Oh yeah, it's hard to solo visual novels. I gave up soloing them after a while. It's definitely not going to be a common thing for me, that's for sure. I've got to have some actual gameplay to break it up so I can let my throat and voice rest. Gritting her teeth. Hang on. Gritting her teeth, she staggered to her feet. Lynx! Lynx! And then an explosion of light burst forth from the frozen flame. Another light began to form somewhere near Kid's chest, resonating with the light from the frozen flame. Twin lights entwined, twirling slowly upward. As it rose, the golden spiral spread. No, this can't be. Link stood motionless, transfixed by the spectacle. Was this the Time Egg's power? Kid screamed as a raging blaze of light engulfed her. I'll never let you do it again. Or no, hang on. Irish. Look at the Irish. I'll never let you do it again. I'll never let you steal from me again. Bathed in the glow, her body shook. Blood-red tears dripped from her eyes as they took on a distant look. And then she collapsed to the ground, as if all life had gone out of her. I heard a voice. It was quiet and still like the evening. It has come to pass. Kid is retracing her lost memories back through time. Back to the Lost Kingdom. Oh, wait, hang on. This is probably McGill talking, actually. Oh, hang on. I heard a voice. It was quiet and still like the evening. It has come to pass. Kid is retracing her lost memories back through time. Back to the Lost Kingdom. It was through her power that the kingdom fell, that it was swallowed in an all-encompassing vortex of time. In her grief, she wished to disappear. Her past, her future, she wanted it all to sink into the void,
to be lost in the seething whirl of time. She despised what she had done. She closed herself off from all that she saw and heard, and cursed her very existence. But the stone wished for her to live. The hands of her clock were rewound, her memories unraveled. The stone gave her a chance to begin again. The stone had both the power and the will to bring all this about. Sinking through the sea of time, she drifted here, a mere babe, her memories a blank slate. Time egg shattered, its fragments raining down on the world, becoming shards of sorrow and anguish. The world around us drifted into pieces, swallowed us, engulfed us. We were consumed and locked into the void. And then, a girl's scream echoed in the darkness. That voice. Was that Kid? It sounded just like... No, this is all wrong. The black vortex, it surrounds us. No, stop. Where am I? Oh, wait. Hang on. I'll go neutral. I have lost everything, and now I can but wonder. Worlds drift, and time is a blur. There is only an endless, unknowable sea. This is where time begins and ends. This is where all life finds peace. Okay, so no, it is her. Luck of the Irish. I see myself as a baby, crying next to my mother, an exhausted yet proud look on her face. I see myself aged and wizened, waiting to succumb to death's embrace with a smile. Oh no, that's not actually her. So, we'll switch it. I see countless incarnations of myself, walking time's intricate corridors as ghosts. This is a place where countless worlds overlap and infinite dreams play out. If only I could rest here for eternity. If only I could free myself from all my burdens and sleep here in the sea of dreams. But I hear it calling me. I hear the song. Kid, please. Can you hear me? Kid, say something. Kid, you gotta stay with me. Who's that? Who's calling me? Serge? Where am I? Kid, you're awake. I heard a song. It was beautiful. It was that song that Luca loved. Kid closed her eyes and her face glowed with a warm smile. I'll never forget that song. Makes me want to cry whenever I hear it. I'm just glad you're back. Felt like I was losing you. Like you were going somewhere far, far away. Before I knew it, I was humming the song for you. I don't know if I ever mentioned it, but I wrote it when I first started out as a musician. I knew you liked it, so I... Kid gave a gentle nod. It was you. You were the one who called me back. That was you calling my name. Thanks, Serge. It's okay. It's okay now. I'm back.
Suddenly she gasped with pain. Lynx's saber had plunged deep into her right shoulder. And towering over us was Lynx himself.
I told you, kid. I told you I would kill you.
She had no strength left to fight. What am I gonna do? I tackled Lynx. Damn you! I charged toward him with all the strength I had left.
That's quite enough, brat.
Lynx lashed out at me with the saber. I staggered and collapsed to the ground. But what about Kid? Was she okay? I looked desperately around to find her, my eyes clouded with pain.
Alas, your time has come.
He raised his saber high, preparing to strike. Enough. Stunned, we looked toward the intruder.
You.
Oh, okay, it's the old crone. There stood an old crone, her wizened features obscured by a heavy hood. How had she made it all the way down here?
Lady Vera, and what have we done to bring poor His Magister General running, I wonder?
He growled.
It's been far too long, Lord Lynx. A pity that I seem to not have caught you at your best.
The crone met Lynx's mad stare head on.
I will take the frozen flame. After all, it seems you two have been quite unable to decide which of you should have it.
She raised a hand and armed soldiers poured into the room. Gil lifted Kid to her feet.
This seems like a good time to leave.
Lynx snarled.
You'll regret this, witch.
He kicked off the floor and his body rose into the air. Then he turned his venomous glare on us.
And you, kid, you'll pay for this with your life soon enough. You will never be safe from me.
With that, he disappeared like a puff of smoke. Crone lingered for a moment, her eyes resting on us. Kid, if you wish to try to steal the frozen flame again, you are welcome to try any time you please. We'll be waiting. But you'll have to get out of here alive first. The soldiers drew their weapons and fell upon us.
Darkness, heed my call.
Kid slumped against him. McGill spread his arm and drew a sigil in the air.
Hurry, Surge, this way.
I grabbed onto him and we plunged into blackness. Thanks to McGill's magic, we managed to escape the manor alive. But the lights of torches dotted the forest, and we could hear soldiers calling to one another. We stopped briefly in the darkness of the woods, and Kid leaned heavily on a tree, desperately trying to quiet her ragged breathing. It was a terrible wound she'd suffered, and it seemed to be taking its toll. Are you okay, Kid? Look at the Irish. Yeah, don't worry about me, mate.
We're surrounded. It won't be long before they find us,
said McGill, his eyes cautiously scanning the area. Kid raised her head and looked at me. It's me and McGill they want. Get out of here, Surge. Hang on. Look at the Irish. It's me and McGill they want. Get out of here, Surge. It's us they want, not you.
What are you saying? I'm not leaving you here. Look at you. You can barely stand.
It's nothing I can't handle, and besides, I've got McGill with me.
If they catch you with us, they won't go easy on you.
But look at the Irish. I remembered everything. I remembered another me. A me from a long, long time ago. Slowly, Kid averted her gaze, looking up at the night sky. I have to go? Stars reflected in her eyes, and suddenly she looked like she was nothing more than an ordinary young girl, with a sad and distant expression on her face. Kid. Don't worry, Serge. I'm okay. We'll meet again. Kid smiled. We'll meet again. Somewhere, someday. Sometime. Promise. Her eyes closed gently. I didn't look at the Irish. I didn't manage to nick the frozen flame in the end, and I lost the time egg too. The only thing I had left was Luca's. But it's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. There's something inside of me that shines brighter than any stupid jewel. That's the most important thing in the world. She opened her eyes again and fixed them on me. I could have lost myself in their depths forever. No one can take it from me. Not for as long as I live. There was nothing else in the world I wanted but this, and I doubted I'd ever want anything again. Oh no, hang on. There was nothing else in the world I wanted but this. I doubted I'd ever want anything again. But I only wanted this moment. All the clocks in the world could have stopped right then. Right then and there for all I cared. But that's exactly what I wished for as I gazed at her. Goodbye, Serge, and thanks. She looked down again and turned away and disappeared into the darkness of night. Would I ever see her again? Kid. Don't follow me, Serge. Please, just don't. I strained to try and catch a glimpse of her as the last traces of her shadow vanished. Vanished toward a place I might never reach again. No, Kid. I leapt up to my feet, meaning to chase after her, but a shadow soon blocked my path. McGill? Without saying a word, he slowly shook his head. Behind the mask, I saw a sadness in his eyes. Then the shadow withdrew and melted into the darkness. McGill! Kid! Wait, don't leave me! I screamed into the night, but there was no reply. The black silence swallowed my cries. Kid! Kid! And so ends another tale. Perhaps one day I'll see Kid, McGill, and Riddell again. One day. Somewhere. At another time in the world. Perhaps none of us will even realize it. But that's a story for another day. For now I must put down my pen. Closed my grandfather's diary. Then, from downstairs, I heard my mother calling. You hear me? Your friend's here. Nimble footsteps charged up the stairs, the door flew open. In tumbled a young girl. A girl who seemed somehow familiar. Hey, Serge, it's a beautiful day for adventuring. I found a run-down old manor off in the woods to the north. You want to go exploring? Come on, put the book down and let's get out of here. Holy crap, okay. Oh, they didn't even translate the freaking credits. That's how much they ported this over. Is this where she goes Super Saiyan? Oh, I guess kind of. Gravy. So, I mean, outside of the fact that my voice is all sorts of jacked right now, that was really intriguing. I have lots of theories because I just finished Chrono Trigger and stuff, and I have lots of ideas about who is what and going on from that type of stuff based off of the ending that you can get from the ported Chrono Trigger that's on Steam. Because it's got a secret ending that was on the DS version of the game, I guess. Um, One thing I will say now is that I can't believe they killed Luca. Like, this makes me sad. I also have a feeling that most of the other characters that we know from Chrono Trigger are definitely not going to be around. Which is going to make me even more sad. Like, like, why would you get rid of my boys? And my girls, for that matter. I'm angry over that. Yeah, me too. Like, why'd you kill Luca? What the hell, guys? Why are you so evil? However, at the same time, it most definitely does set the tone. Like, this overall really does set the tone for how Chrono Cross, I think, is gonna feel. Like, on top of that, like, technically this entire thing was us reading Grandpa's diary. Which then leads me to believe that, like, I think this was like a time paradox? Which, I mean, it's Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, like, time and space and everything tends to be pretty malleable in this particular universe. Kid, the Trésor Interdit, completed. Seems like it. Maybe there will be a result that brings Luca back. Maybe. We can only hope, I guess. Um, so enjoy the Chris. Again, start the game, play a different story depending on what you do. Huh. So wait, does that mean we have to... Hold on, I'm gonna see something here. The lady's tip-off was right on the money. Okay, so it really is just starting right over again. So... Oh, there we go. Before I knew it, I was asleep. Serge. Wait, Serge, I'm talking to you. Hmm. Alright, well, I don't know if we're gonna do all of these other endings or not. So, but we're definitely gonna have to end it for the night. So, I want to say thank y'all for tuning into the Flying T-Bar C today. I really appreciate you guys' viewership. Whether you were lurking or whether you were actively chatting, either way, I appreciate it greatly. As always, if you guys want to check out more of my stuff, go check out my other socials: YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky. YouTube is the archive, Twitter and Blue Sky, where you guys can find announcements and stuff like that. Follow, and if you're thinking worth a subscription, I ain't gonna say no. All I ask is that you take care of yourself before you try taking care of me. I will be back tomorrow with more midday matinee, playing some Final Fantasy 14, doing some MMO grinding stuff, and Throwback Thursday, playing probably gonna start Chrono Cross. We got the canon ending from this, so we might come back to it at some point, but unless there's something that's drastically important to the overall story, um, I'm probably going to be starting Chrono Cross. So if you guys want to come check out Chrono Cross, come in on Throwback Thursday tomorrow evening. That's really about it. I don't have any other announcements really. So let's see who all is on to raid at the moment. 1, 2, 3. So I got 3 people from the usual list. And you know what? It's been a hot minute. We haven't done this, so I think what we're gonna do. Thanks for the stream. Rest them pipes up. Yeah, thank you, Gravy, and thank you for sticking around with me so long today. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go raid Neapolitan. She's an ice cream kitsune who is going to try to steal your soul, but mostly try to steal your ice cream. Elian has been dragging her through Final Fantasy XI, the MMO. So no spoilers. It's the first time she's ever played it and done stuff on it. And it looks like they've got Sarah Aces with them as well for the evening. So we are going to go ahead and head on over that direction. So now with that raid timer started, as always, folks, make sure you guys enjoy yourself some good food, some great drinks, even better company. And I'll see y'all on the flip side. Happy trails, folks.